In this video, I'm going to be going through each one of these cases for the brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max, and I'm going to find out which ones are the worst and which ones I think are worth their time. And I guarantee that you're going to find one case here you're going to absolutely love. I also want to give a huge shout out to everybody for all your support and comments on last year's video. And if you're new here and you like what I'm doing, please hit that like button because it really helps out the channel. And as always, I will be putting product links and timestamps in this video's description so you guys can skip around. And make sure you stick around until the end of the video because I will be giving you my favorite case choices based on a few different categories. So grab your snacks, sit back and relax and enjoy the video. And here we have the Taurus Stand R case. So first up, let's take a look at the Stand R case. Now, both the O Stand 360 Spin and the Stand R case can withstand a 12-foot drop, and they both have 18N magnets, which are 40% stronger than other magnet cases. They both have this really nice metal kickstand on the back, so you can use it to kind of put your hands through it. You can also use it to hang your phone on things if you've got a hook. And it also acts as a stand. Now the Stand R magnetic ring on the back just kind of spins in a circular motion just like this, so you can stand your phone up in a portrait or a landscape mode. And the case is also magnetic, so you can stick it onto metal things, kind of like your refrigerator. And the stand nicely fits right back into the case, nice and flush. So let's put our phone inside the case. Goes in the phone really nicely, feels good in the hand. The case itself is not slippery. It's got kind of like a smooth rubber feel to it. The buttons on the side are also very nicely placed, very clicky, easily pressable. And we also have that cutout for our camera button now, which is brand new for 2024. You can easily access your camera right with that button. Very cool. Now if we take a look at the case from the side, you can see that it does have a good raised edge all the way around the screen. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on here, so this is what you're looking at for front screen protection as far as the raised edge goes. You can also see that it doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone. We've got our Taurus logo on the side here. On the sides, it's kind of got like this very subtle type of texture. It feels really nice. It is a nice rubber edge. We've got our separated volume buttons and our action button on the side, which I absolutely love. The buttons are also rounded off, so they have a really nice feel to them. On the bottom here, we have our cutouts. On the other side, we've got our brand new cutout for our camera button, and we also have our power button here, which is also rounded off. On the back here, it's got a nice matte transparent look so you can show off the color of your phone. It does also keep down those fingerprints, and it feels really nice and smooth. It's also got a nice hard backing to help protect the back of your phone. We've got that nice metal kickstand on the back that is nice and solid. It doesn't just flop around like some of the other cases do. You can also rotate this again 360 degrees. So you can use your phone in a landscape mode, or you can also rotate it down to use your phone in a portrait mode. And again, it folds right back up into the case, nice and flush. We also do have a good raised edge around our camera lenses as well. Really nice case. Now, if you happen to have MagSafe accessories, they'll work perfectly fine with this case. Again, it's got that nice strong magnet on the back, and this also does work with non-MagSafe chargers as well. So here I have a non-MagSafe charger. It's just a simple flat charger. Put your phone down on the charger, and it immediately starts to charge your phone. So no problems there. Now, like I mentioned before, the ring on the back here of both of these cases is magnetic, so you can also clip it directly onto your refrigerator or maybe even a microwave in case you happen to you need to look at some sort of a recipe or something like that. You can easily attach it to metal things. And again, not only does this act like a kickstand, but you can also put your fingers through it and kind of have a better hold on your phone so you don't have to worry about ever dropping it. And you can also hang this on things if you really needed to. Like I mentioned before, it's nice and strong, so it's not just going to flop around. It pretty much holds the phone in place wherever you put it. This is a really nice case. It's got a lot of functionality, and I do really like these buttons on the side. They feel really nice, no sharp edges, and they're very easy to press. And if you happen to have the Taurus Mini Mag Ultra Slim Wireless Power Bank, again, this will clip right onto the back of your phone and start to charge it immediately. So now you can keep your phone charged up on the go. But I'll tell you more about this in just a minute. And then here we have the Stand R in a gray color. I think this case looks really good with the natural titanium iPhone 16 Pro Max, which I have here. I think it just complements the colors perfectly. So it shows off the color of your phone through the back, and then you've got that nice gray accented outline on the edge of the case itself. That looks pretty sharp. You can see the buttons are just a slight shade lighter than the actual case itself to kind of give it a little bit of a contrast. I think that looks really cool. That silver ring on the back looks really nice. And then here we have the Stand R in a totally clear case. So the totally clear Stand R case definitely has more grip to it than the regular Stand R cases do. And it shows off the color of your phone really nicely. You can see everything right through this case. It's also got these little kind of bubbles in the corners to help with the drop protection there. And you can see how thick that back plate is in case you happen to drop your phone on its back. So if you like the Stand R case, you want to show off the color of your phone, and you like a little bit more grip, I would definitely recommend going with the clear. And then here we have the Taurus O-Stand 360 spin case. And then here we have the Taurus O-Stand 360 spin case. Now, like I mentioned before, this is about the same as the Stand R. It's got the same 18N magnets, the same 12-foot drop protection. But the difference with this case is that the stand on the back, again, it's still all metal, but it rotates in place 360 degrees instead of just spinning around on the back of the case. And then it simply still just folds right back into the case itself. And this case, again, is also magnetic, just like the Stand R. So it's got a nice hard backing that is nice and matte, so it keeps down those fingerprints, and it's surrounded by a nice rubber edge. So let's put our phone inside that case. Wow, it goes in the phone really strong. Again, it's got a nice, good feel in the hand. It's not slippery. It does have that smooth rubber edge all the way around the phone. Buttons, again, are nice and clicky. They're also rounded off, which is really nice to your touch. Again, we have a raised edge around the front of our screen. I don't have a screen protector on my phone either, so you can see how much of a raised edge you actually get. We have our buttons on the side. Again, it's got that same subtle texture to it, just like the Stand R case. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We have our camera button and our power button on the other side. On the back, again, it's that nice transparent frosted look. It's got a nice smooth, soft feel to it. It is nice and thick to help protect your phone. Again, we have that metal kickstand on the back that is magnetic. It rotates 360 degrees, so you can use your phone in a portrait or lay it down in a landscape. You can also kind of rotate it like this to kind of angle your phone up towards your face if you need to, and it folds right back into the case just like that. Nice and flush. And we also do have that nice raised edge around our camera lenses as well. Another really nice case. And this also does work with regular wireless charging, and if you happen to have MagSafe accessories, you can use them with this case too. Now, just like the Stand R, this backing is magnetic, so you can easily clip it onto metallic things like your refrigerator or maybe a microwave. So if you have to watch recipes or something like that, it's very easy and convenient right next to your face. So again, I've got our wireless charger here. That's nothing special, just a regular wireless charger, and it charges your phone right through the case without any issues. And again, if you happen to have the Mini Mag wireless power bank by Taurus, you can easily clip it right onto the back and it starts to charge your phone. Super slim. I absolutely love that. So another really nice case by Taurus. I absolutely love the fact that these kickstands on the back are magnetic in case you, again, want to clip your phone onto something metallic. And the kickstands themselves are made of a nice, strong, solid metal material that you can pretty much put anywhere you want and your phone is going to stay there. And then here we have that O-Stand 360 spin case in a rose color. You can see it's got the same frosted backing, the kind of rose colored accented sides. And here's the case in black. Very stealthy. You can see the same frosted backing with that black accented MagSafe ring on the back, surrounded by a black rubber edge. And then here we have the 360 spin in a clear. Again, just like the Stand R case, the clear is more grippy than the other 360 spin cases. Feels good in the hand, and it's totally clear. And the back of the totally clear case is not frosted like the other cases either. So you can see your phone a lot easier. And it's got a nice solid backing to help with protection there too. So here we have the CAUDABE Veil case. If you're a fan of minimalist cases, you're probably going to like the Veil. So here we have the case. As you can see, it is a full coverage case, just like any other case, but this case is super thin and it's very light. It's also got some really nice texture on the side to help with grip, and it's got a frosted look so it doesn't show any fingerprints. Now, because it is also so thin, when you have it on the phone, it's going to feel like you're holding the phone without a case on it. So let's put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone perfectly. Again, in the hand, it feels like you're just holding the phone. So if you like that feel, this case is definitely going to be for you. You can see how super thin it is. It's also got perfect cutouts for your buttons on the side. Feels nice in the hand. It does have some grip because of the texture on the side. Very nice. You can still easily access all of your buttons. No problem. Now if we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on here, so if you put a screen protector on this phone with this case, it's pretty much going to be flush with these little raised edges. Now you can also see how much of a texture it's got on the sides here, and I absolutely love that. I think more case manufacturers should do that so the case is not slippery. You can also see the perfectly cut out parts for your volume buttons and your action button. We have our cutouts for the bottom here. Perfect little holes for your speaker and mic. We have our cutouts again for the power and camera button. Those same little nubs on the side for grip. On the back, shows off the color of your phone. It's got a nice frosted look so it doesn't show any fingerprints. Absolutely love that. And it's also got a slight raised edge around our cameras for protection there too. That is, look at how slim your phone is. It's really like there's no case on your phone, but this is also going to offer you some scratch and bump protection. But keep your phone really slim. Alright, so now let's see how easy it is to access the camera button. So you can easily access it with your finger there, and then if you want to get to the touch controls, you just simply press in on the button there, and then you can zoom in as much as you want, or even access some of the other actions. Yeah, working perfectly fine. Very nice case. Again, if you like the feel of your phone without a case on it, but you want to add some protection, I would definitely recommend the CAUDABE Veil case. And because this is so thin, you can also easily use it with regular wireless charging. And then here we have the CAUDABE Sheath case. So this case does come in a couple different colors. I've got the black and the blue, which I'll show you in just a minute. This is probably one of my more favorite cases. I absolutely love the texturing that it has on the back and the sides of the phone. It gives the phone some nice grip and some extra protection. It's also a little bit flexible. It's got MagSafe built in, and it's also got some microfiber on the inside to help keep your phone free from scratches. It's got aluminum buttons on the side, which is awesome. Has a really nice premium look and feel to it. So put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone perfectly. Feels great in the hand. Again, because there's texture all the way around and on the back of this case, it gives it a nice grip. Buttons are also nice and clicky. Very easily pressable. Absolutely love that. And if we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it's got a nice raised edge around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of bulk to the phone either. You can see that texture all along the sides. It's just slightly rough. And then it's got those separate aluminum volume and action buttons on the side. That looks awesome. We have our cutouts on the bottom. Our power button on the side. We have our cutout for our camera button. It's got kind of like this little dip. We'll test that out in just a second. And on the back, again, it's got that nice kind of rough texture to it all over the case. And we also do have a raised edge around our camera lenses. Now, this case also does have MagSafe built in, and the magnets in here are also stronger than the original Apple cases as well. I've got a little MagSafe charger here. We'll put it on the back. Clips onto the back really good and charges your phone immediately. It also does have a good strong hold on the back of the case as well, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. Nice strong hold. Very nice. And these buttons, I absolutely love these aluminum buttons on the side. So now let's test out our camera button. You can very easily access it with one finger. It's got like this little groove in there, so your finger kind of just fits in there. Let's test out the touch controls on the side here. So you can very easily get your finger in there. There's like a perfect little groove. You can easily access all the touch controls. Very nice. So no problems there. Really, really awesome case. Even though it is made of a flexible type of material, it does look and feel premium, especially because of these aluminum buttons on the side. So I definitely think so far the Sheath has to be my favorite case. And then here is the Sheath in the blue color. That looks really nice too. Has those nice and blue accented side buttons. Makes them really stand out so you can see them very easily. And I think you can see maybe the texture a little better on this case. That's the one thing I absolutely love. Besides the buttons, I absolutely love the way that the case feels. It has just enough rough texture to give it a nice grip, and it looks really cool on the case. And here we have FloLab's Surtect case. Alright, so here is the case itself. As you can see, the back is crystal clear. It is made of a hard PC material surrounded by a softer type TPU. And on the inside, we have those TPE bumpers to help with the drop protection. And it's also got MagSafe built in. Let's put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone really good. Feels good in the hand. It's not grippy. It does have a smooth type of side on the case, so it's not going to just slip out of your hand. It's just got that smooth feel. But it does feel good as far as the buttons. Nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see that it does have a raised edge on the front of the phone. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on my screen yet, so this will give you an idea of how much raised edge you'll have without a screen protector. You can see that it doesn't add much bulk to the phone either. We have our separated volume buttons on the side and our action button. I really do like the way that the sides feels. It's got like a very slight texture to it. On the bottom, we have our cutouts. We also, looks like we have our lanyard holes as well incorporated. We've got our camera button as well as our power button. And on the back, again, shows off the color of your phone. As far as fingerprints, it does seem to do a pretty good job at keeping down fingerprints as well. And we do have the raised edge to protect our cameras as well. Nice case. Let's check out the MagSafe. So I've got a MagSafe power bank here. We'll clip it onto the back. And it'll start to charge your phone in just a second. I had to turn the power bank on. We'll try that one more time. There you go. So as far as the magnetic hold, it does have a pretty decent hold on it. It's not as strong as maybe some of the other cases, but your MagSafe accessories shouldn't just fall off the phone. Pretty nice. So now let's test out the camera cutout here. So you can easily access the camera button from the side with one finger. Now as far as the little dip here, it looks like it kind of dips down pretty nicely, so your finger fits perfectly inside this little dip here. Let's activate our, there you go, and you can very easily slide back and forth. Press down on it to select some of the other options. Your finger kind of slides perfectly inside this case. This is actually one of the nicer cutouts that I've seen on cases. Yeah, it seems to be working perfectly. Your finger just kind of fits right into that little groove there. Very nice. All right, so this is the just a totally clear case with the white border. Now before I show you some of the other case options, let's change out the camera ring and the buttons on the side. Another nice thing about these buttons is they don't kind of move around in the case, so you don't hear any rattling. They're in there pretty good. You can see you don't hear any rattling. Even when I push on the buttons or tap on the buttons, you don't hear them rattle around. They're in there pretty nicely. And because they're not part of the case, they click very nicely and easily as well. So I think for this white case, we're going to go with the hot pink options. So first we need to take our phone out of the case. And we'll kind of just press out the camera. So just kind of press in from the outside of the case and the little ring just pops out. So you can see you can easily pop it in, and then if you want to pop the ring out, you just press in from the outside and it pops right out. Now, because the buttons are a little smaller, I would definitely recommend getting like a credit card or maybe like a plastic pick, something like that. That'll definitely help you get the buttons out. I'm going to be using a plastic pick here. Just make sure you don't use anything that's metal. So I'm going to press in the button from the outside to push it in. And the button just kind of pops out. And you can do that for the rest of the buttons too. So now here we have our new buttons and camera ring. Just kind of press these out of the cardboard. And then we'll just do this in the reverse order. So take the camera ring, you're going to put it on the inside, making sure that there's like a little arrow that's pointing, where was it? Pointing up right here. Make sure that's going up on the case. So just press this into place. There we go. And then we'll install our buttons from the inside out. And there we go. This was a little bit more difficult because the little action button is so small. But once you have it done, you can put your phone back in the case. And there you've got your accents. That looks really cool with the white. And the buttons work just as good. I think that looks pretty cool. And then here is the Surtec case in the clear with the black border and camera ring and buttons.
I'm not sure what you're trying to edit.
Stop. I think that looks pretty cool. And again, on all these Surtec cases, you can change out the buttons to whichever color you want. And then here is the Surtec case in a smoke clear. I think that looks pretty interesting. And then here we have the Surtec case in the frosted backing. You can see here we've got the black border. There's also one with a white border, but I do like the frosted backing because it doesn't show fingerprints nearly as much as the clear version does, and it's also nice and smooth. Now on the inside of this case, you can also see that TPE a lot better because it's really bright on the inside of the black case, and all that is for drop protection for your phone. Feels really nice in the hand, and again you have that frosted look on the back. Still shows off the color of your phone, but it doesn't show hardly any fingerprints, and again it feels nice and smooth. So now with this case, I think I'm going to use the orange accented camera ring and buttons. I think the orange looks really good with the black, especially for Halloween coming up. What do you guys think? What color would you put with this case? Let me know in the comments below. That kind of goes along with my new Apple Watch Ultra 2 in black with the orange accented button on the side. I think it looks really nice. Then here is the Surtec case in the frosted white. That looks really nice too. And then here is the Surtec in the frosted kind of smoke color. I think that looks pretty sleek. I really like this. The frosted back is just so smooth. And if you don't happen to have MagSafe accessories, you can still use a regular wireless charging as well. Here we've got the BENKS Dynamic Series case in a Summit Mont Blanc. This also has MagSafe built in. So here is the case itself. It does have like a matte finish on the back, nice and smooth. Doesn't show any fingerprints. We've got a MagSafe on the back here as well. On the inside of the case, it's got kind of like this shiny kind of plastic. And on the sides, it's got some contrasting buttons. Looks pretty cool. So it also does have a nice hard backing surrounded by a softer rubbery type material. Goes in the phone really easily, feels good in the hand. This case does not have any grip to it, but it feels kind of like a smooth type of plastic. It may be on the verge of being slippery. I really wish there was some texture on the sides here, but it's just like a smooth rubber type feel. Now as far as the buttons goes, buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. They only slightly protrude out from the case, so it might be a little hard to find, maybe in your pocket, but they're still very easy to press. If we take a look at the side, you can see that there is a very slight raised edge around the front of the phone, and I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on my phone. On the side here, it does have some kind of pattern on the inside of the case to help with drop protection, along with some reinforced corners. There you can see the contrasting buttons, which are separate. I absolutely love that. Looks really cool. We have our cutouts on the bottom, along with some lanyard holes. On the other side, we have our power button and a cutout for our camera button. On the back, again, it shows off the Mont Blanc landscape. Feels nice and smooth. Doesn't show any fingerprints. We've got our MagSafe ring in the middle here, and we also do have a pretty decent raised edge for our camera lenses as well. Very nice case. Now let's check out the MagSafe holding. Seems pretty strong so far. Charges your phone. And it doesn't seem like the MagSafe accessory is just going to fall off your phone. And it does have a nice strong hold. So you don't have to worry about your phone just falling off your MagSafe accessory. Very nice. So this is a pretty nice case. The only thing I would say about it is I wish there was some grip on the sides so it didn't feel so, smooth. So let's check out the camera button here. You can very easily access that with your one finger. And as far as the touch gestures goes in the sides, that seems to work. I pushed the power button by accident. It's really hard to hold the phone without having your fingers in front. You really have to be careful or else you're going to press that power button there. I'm not sure why Apple opted for this design, but either way, it does seem like you can access the touch gestures pretty well from the cutout here. You don't really have to push your finger in there to get it to work. Let's double press. You can see you just have to swipe your finger a little, maybe a little more exaggerated than some of the without the case, but either way it seems to work just fine. So again, not too bad of a case. And then here we have that same Dynamic Series case, but this one has the London kind of pattern on the back. It's much darker, kind of doesn't show the color of your phone as easily, but it still feels nice and smooth. And the buttons are still black. It shows off enough contrast between the button and the case itself, so it stands out. That looks pretty sleek. Very nice case. And then here we have an Essential Series case, the Lucent Pro. So this case is totally clear. It's got MagSafe built in. It does have a nice hard backing surrounded by a firmer rubbery type material. So this case feels good in the hand. It also does have some grip to it. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of your phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk either. We also have some little airbags in the corners to help with drop protection. We've got some separated volume buttons and our action button. We've got cutouts in the bottom along with some lanyard holes. Here we have our power button and a cutout for our camera button. And on the back, it's nice and clear to show off the color of your phone. And it does seem to do a pretty good job at keeping down those fingerprints as well. Just some ever so slight smudges. And we do have a slight raised edge for our camera protection too. Pretty nice clear case. It's just something simple. We do have MagSafe on the back, so let's test that out. Nice strong hold on the back, charges your phone immediately, and again, you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. It's got a pretty decent hold on the case. And let's test out those camera controls on the side here. So again, you can very easily access your camera button with the one finger because it does have the nice deep well cut out. Let's test out our touch gestures. Gestures seem to be working just fine. You don't have to really try to press your finger in here, it just kind of fits in the groove. Yeah, working just fine. Very nice. So again, just this very simple, clear case with MagSafe. And then here we have the Lucent Armor case. So this case is more like a frosted kind of case. It's nice and smooth on the back, doesn't show fingerprints nearly as much as some of the other clear cases. We've got our MagSafe built in. It's got a nice hard backing, again surrounded by a firm rubbery type material, and it's just that same plastic on the inside. Goes in the phone really nice. This case is not grippy. It feels pretty smooth. It's maybe, again, it's maybe on the verge of almost being slippery, but it's not. It kind of feels like the Dynamic series cases, but it doesn't have the patterns on the back. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. You can see that they just come off the case ever so slightly again. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see how much of a raised edge we get around the front of our phone. And then here we have the buttons on the side along with our action button. We've got those reinforcements in the corners as well. And it looks like we have the pattern kind of underneath to help with the shock absorption when you happen to drop your phone. We've got our cutouts on the bottom along with the lanyard holes. On the other side, again, we have that separated power button with a cutout for our camera button. On the back, again, it's got that nice frosted look. Looks really nice. Again, keeps down those fingerprints. We've got our MagSafe ring and the camera ring around the back. So let's test out our MagSafe. Seems to charge pretty quickly. And again, it's got a pretty nice strong hold on the case as well. Yeah, nice strong magnetic hold. Love it. So let's test out the cameras now. So again, you can very easily access that camera with your one finger. Let's test out the touch gestures. And the touch gestures seem to be working just fine as well. Yeah, no problems there. So again, a nice case. I just kind of wish that they would have put some sort of grip or knurling or something on the side of the case just to give it a little bit more grip. Other than that, it seems like a really nice case. And then here we have the Kevlar series case. This is the Armor Light. As you can see, it's got 600D aramid fiber on the back of the case. It does have MagSafe built in. It's also got a nice hard backing surrounded by a softer rubbery type material. On the inside of the case, it does have kind of like a felt to keep the back of your phones from getting all scratched up. And it's got that accented silver camera ring, which I absolutely love. This is also a full coverage case. Fits the phone really well, feels good in the hand. Again, this case is not grippy, but it does have a smooth rubbery type feel. It's definitely less slick than some of the other cases that we've looked at as far as the buttons. Nice and clicky, easily pressable, and you can see that they come off the phone ever so slightly on the sides. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see how much of a raised edge we get around the front of our phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. We've got our volume buttons on the side along with our action button. Got our cutouts on the bottom. Power button on the side along with the cutout for our camera button. And again on the back, it's got that nice smooth 600D Kevlar. Very nice. Keeps those fingerprints down. And again, we have that nice accented ring around our camera lenses. In this case, has about a 6-foot drop protection. So let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back, charges your phone immediately. Seems to have a pretty good hold on the back of your case as well. And it's got a nice strong hold too. Very nice. This case feels really good in the hand. So now let's test out the camera button. And again, you can very easily access it from the side with one finger. Let's test out our touch gestures. Seem to work perfectly fine, just like all of the other cases. Double click. Yeah, no real problems there. Very nice. So this is a really nice case, and even though it is less smooth than some of the other Dynamic and Essential Series cases, I still kind of wish that they would have put some texture on the side just to give it a little bit more grip. And then here we have the Armor Air case. As you can see, it is super thin. It's also very light and strong, and it's made of that 600D Kevlar. It's also got MagSafe built in, and it's made of the Kevlar through and through. It's not just a coating on the back. So we'll put our phone inside the case. Clips onto the phone really nicely, and it also feels like the phone doesn't even have a case on it because it is so thin. I absolutely love that. It does have a nice smooth feel to it. It's not slick or it's not slippery. You can easily access the buttons on the side because there's those cutouts there. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone, and we can see how thin that is. Looks really nice. So we have a full coverage bottom and a full coverage top. We only have the cutouts where they need to be. Got those two cutouts for the power button and the camera button on the side. And on the back, again, it's got that nice Kevlar feel. It's nice and smooth to keep down those fingerprints as well. And we have that raised edge around our camera lenses. So again, this does have MagSafe built in, so let's test that out. Ooh, nice strong hold. Charges your phone immediately, and again, you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. And it's pretty amazing that something so thin can have such a strong magnetic hold. So if you love the way your phone feels without a case on it, but you still want to add a little bit more protection, the Armor Air series cases are definitely the ones you're going to want. And we also have the Armor Air series in the Golden Tide pattern. Looks really nice. We also have it in the Aurora pattern. And the Passion Green. I think that pattern looks pretty cool. And then here we have the BENKS Armor Pro montage. And here is the case. This is definitely one of my favorite looking cases because they use a whole bunch of different Kevlar patterns. Looks so cool. And it's all Kevlar on the back. It's nice and smooth, and you can feel the different patterns as well. So it's got a nice firm hard backing surrounded by a firm rubbery type material. And on the inside of this case, it is that 600D Kevlar. We've also got our MagSafe ring built in and that nice contrasting camera ring. Fits the phone really good. Feels good in the hand. It's not grippy, but it does have a slightly smooth edge to it. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see how much of a raised edge we get around the front of our phone. On the side here, we've got those separated volume buttons with the action button, our cutouts on the bottom here, our power button along with the camera button on the side here. And on the back, again, you have all those different patterns for the Kevlar. And we've got our camera ring. Looks like a really cool case. Let's check out that MagSafe. It's got a nice strong hold, charges your phone immediately. And again, you don't have to worry about the case or your MagSafe accessory just falling off the case because it does have a nice strong hold. I think this one's got the strongest hold yet. Man, that is strong. You definitely don't have to worry about the phone just coming off your MagSafe accessory. It is on there really good. So I definitely love the way that the pattern looks, very unique. And the phone does feel good in the hand, even though it's not super grippy. And then here we have the Armor Pro case in just the regular 600D Kevlar. It's exactly like the Montage, but it doesn't have the assortment of different patterns. It's just got that one pattern on the back. So let's test out our camera button. So again, you can very easily access it from the bottom there with your one finger. Let's test out the touch gestures. So that seems to be working fine. And you can also very easily slide your finger, double press. Yeah, it seems to be working just fine. Very nice. And here we have the BODYGUARDZ Paradigm Pro case. It's been drop tested up to 18 feet, and it's also got cooling gel and vents built in to help prolong your battery life. So here is the case. It also does come with this lanyard that's attached to the back. You can also take it off if you don't want it on here, but it does seem like a pretty nice strap. It's got a nice hard backing surrounded by a softer rubbery type material. On the inside, it's got this really cool feeling it's cool. It's like a rubber pad, but it's supposed to have cooling gel in it, and it's cool to the touch. That is pretty interesting, and it feels kind of rubbery. And then on the sides of the case, you can see all these vents. And again, that's to either let the hot air out or the cool air in. Seems like a pretty cool case. So let's put our phone inside of the case. Feels nice in the hand. Now this case doesn't have any grip on it, but it does feel like a smooth type of plastic. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, very easily pressable. I like that. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge on the front of your screen, and I also do not have the tempered glass screen protector on here yet either. It doesn't seem to add a lot of extra bulk to the phone, which is good. We've got those extra reinforcements in the corners of the case for drop protection. Here are our separated volume buttons and our action button. We have our cutout on the bottom here, and the reason why you don't see any other cutouts for the speaker and the mic are because they're directed towards your face. So you can see that it's got the little cutouts facing you for better sound, and we'll test that out in just a minute. If we take a look at the other side, you can see it's got our power button and a little cutout for our camera button. On the back, again, it's got that hard plastic back that does have a little bit of a texture to it, and we also have a raised edge around our camera lenses. Now this case also does have MagSafe built in, so let's test that out. I've got my MagSafe power bank here, clips onto the back, and it charges your phone immediately. Now as far as the hold, it does seem to have a pretty good strong magnetic hold on the back, which I absolutely love. Very nice, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. It's on there pretty good. Then again, we have our little lanyard here that you can simply adjust by sliding this little piece onto your wrist, so you don't have to worry about dropping it. And again, you can also take that off if you don't want this on here. So now let's test out our camera button really quick. So it seems like it's got a little groove for your finger. Let's see how easy it is to access on the side. Very easy to access with the one finger on the side of the phone. Now let's test out the touch. Touch seems to be working just fine. Let's go to zoom. Yeah, it's got a nice groove that fits your finger perfectly. As you can see, there's no issues using the touch gestures either. So that's pretty nice. Now, let's test out how good it records and how the sound sounds with using these directed speaker ports towards your face. So let's do a little recording of my voice. So this is a new voice recording using the BODYGUARDZ Paradigm case with the little mic hole kind of angled towards my face. So this is a new voice recording using the BODYGUARDZ Paradigm case with the little mic hole kind of angled towards my face. I think that sounded pretty good. It was sounding just as good as it was when it had just like the cutouts, just like some of the other cases, if not a little bit more directed. As far as the sound goes, it sounded pretty loud as well, but I'm going to try out some YouTube videos to see what it actually sounds like there.
Today we're getting into the latest Tesla news, including Tesla's Robotaxi event invites, new iOS Tesla features, the Model Y dominating in China, and more, so let's get into it. First up today, one of the biggest perks.
So I definitely feel like the audio was more directed towards my face, which is great because you get that stereo sound. So it's not any worse than any other cases. If anything, it's actually a little bit better because again, it's being directed towards your face instead of out towards the side. So this definitely seems like a pretty nice case so far, and any advantage that I can get to keep my phone's battery nice and cool is definitely fine by me. And here we have SUPCASE's Mag XT case. Wow, this looks really nice. It's got an extended warranty. It's got that really cool kind of snow look on the inside. It's very smooth. Surrounded by a firm rubber edge. Wow, that looks sharp. Nice hard back. It's got MagSafe built in. Got a two-tone color with gray and white. And it's also got a metal cover to protect your camera lenses that also acts as a kickstand. That is so cool. Very nice case. Let's put our phone inside. Goes in the phone very easily. Feels good in the hand. It's not slippery, but it's got a smooth type of rubber on the edges. Buttons are easily pressable. Nice and clicky. Feels good in the hand. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge to protect your screen. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone considering how much drop protection it's got. You can see how bulky these corners are for drop protection there too. We've got these serrations in the sides to help with grip, kind of like a carbon fiber inlay. On the corners, we have our red accented action button with our separated volume buttons, which I love. On the bottom, we've got our covered charging port, which you can easily access. On the other side, we have a cutout for our camera button. We have our power button here, those serrations with the carbon fiber inlay. We also have some lanyard holes on the bottom. On the back, again, looks really sharp. This case also does come in a couple different colors in case you don't like the color you see here. We've got our MagSafe built in here. It's got a nice hard plastic back, again surrounded by a kind of like a hard rubber. We also have that metal cover that covers our cameras, and even with this open and pressed all the way back, we still do have a very prominent raised edge to protect our camera lenses as well. Very nice. And like I mentioned before, this also acts as a kickstand, so you can use it in a landscape or even an upside down portrait or a laying down portrait if that's what you want. You just got to angle it kind of in the middle, and there you go. That is super cool, and it closes with a clip. So that's definitely not coming out. It's got a pretty cool design on the back. That is a really nice case. Very protective. The only thing I would kind of suggest is maybe a tempered glass screen protector on the front. But that is a really nice case. Now if you do happen to have a MagSafe power bank like I've got here, it clips right onto the back and it starts to charge your phone. And as far as the hold, it's got a pretty good strong hold on the back too, so you don't have to worry about your phone just kind of falling off or your accessory falling off your phone. That's pretty nice. Very nice case. And this also does work with regular wireless charging as well. In case you don't have a MagSafe charger, you can still charge right through the case. I really like the cases that keep your phone fairly slim, but do offer a lot of really good protection, and it looks like the Mag XT case does that for you. And again, you have the camera cutout on the side here. You can easily access that camera button. No problems there. And you can still use the touch sensitive controls as well. Very cool case. Very nice. And then here we have the UB Mag case. This is a little bit slimmer than the Mag XT. It's got a clear backing with a MagSafe ring built in. It's got a nice hard shell on the back too, surrounded by a firm rubber, and the buttons are also kind of accented a different color from the side of the case as well. It's pretty nice. So first you want to peel off this inner protector and try not to touch the inside. Put our phone in the case. Goes on the phone very well. Feels good in the hand. It's not slippery, but it does have a smooth rubber edge to it. There's no grip. As far as the buttons, nice and clicky, easily accessible. And this case also has that touch capacitive pin cover for your camera. So not very many cases have a camera cover because you still have to access the touch controls, and that's what these little copper pins do on the side. That is pretty nice. We'll see how that works in just a minute. But if we look at the case from the side, you can see that it does have a nice raised edge all the way around the case to protect your screen. There's no screen protector on here either. You can see that it doesn't add much bulk to the phone. We've got our lanyard hole at the bottom, our separated volume buttons, and our kind of textured action button on the top. On the bottom, we have our cutouts. On the other side, again, we have our power button with our camera button. On the back, it's nice and clear. You can peel off the backing. Shows off the color of your phone. We got the two-tone MagSafe ring built in. Very nice. And we also do have a raised edge around our camera lenses as well. Not too bad. As far as fingerprints for the back, there are some slight smudges. It's very hard to see though, especially when you're looking at the back of the phone. There are slight smudges, but you can very easily just kind of wipe those away. It's not really a big deal. Very nice case. Now again, it does have MagSafe built in, so if you have your MagSafe power bank, clip it onto the back, it'll start to charge your phone, and it's on there really good. These MagSafe rings that SUPCASE has on their cases work really well. You can see that the case is not going to, or the accessories not going to just fall off the phone. It's on there really good. So that is definitely a plus. Now as far as the capacitive touch button here, so we can double press to access our camera. And then if you want to use the touch controls, you need to put your phone into cinematic. And then we'll kind of gently touch on the button here. And as you can see, it popped right up. Now we'll kind of swipe up. And it does actually work. It maybe doesn't work as good as the button itself, but if you want to cover that button, it will still work. We might have to just slide it over a couple times. Let's try our zoom. Change that to our zoom here. Zoom. And we'll kind of zoom in. So as you can see, it does work. Like I mentioned, you might have a little bit of issues with it if your fingers are kind of dry, but for the most part, it does seem to still work. And now your button is covered, so you don't have to worry about it getting all scratched up. So that is pretty nice. Very cool case. And again, if you don't have a MagSafe wireless charger, you can always just use a regular wireless charger as well. And again, that is the UB Mag case. So if you still want some protection, but you don't want to, have your phone very bulky, the UB Mag case might be for you. And then here we have the UB Pro case. This is one of the bigger, thicker, bulkier cases that SUPCASE sells, but it's super protective, and it also comes with a built-in screen protector. It comes with a belt clip, and it's also got a kickstand built into the back of the case as well. And if you want to take out the case, just simply kind of push this back, pull out the case, and it comes right out. You also have the option to put it in or face out, depending on how you want to, see your phone. There's that built-in screen protector. And again, we have the plastic kickstand on the back. Now this is a two-piece design, so if you want to put your phone inside here, we're going to have to peel back this one corner, which is usually a little bit of a pain, but if you have like a credit card or a pick or something, you can kind of just push that little portion back, and then just pull out the inner portion of the case, just like that. Now you want to make sure that you clean off the screen of your phone really well, because anything that's on the screen is going to get trapped underneath the screen protector, and you don't want any dirt or dust or anything like that underneath. So once you've cleaned off your screen, we'll take that inner portion here. We're going to peel off the inner protector, then make sure that the camera cutout is going towards the camera on your phone, and we'll just press this into place. Make sure you put the camera cover over that side first, and then just kind of press the other side over your phone. Then take this whole thing, and we're going to put it inside the case here. Just press everything into place. And then you can peel off that top protector. Very nice case. Very protective, feels good in the hand. It does have a little bit of a grip to it. You can see you can very easily access your camera button on the side here. No problems there. Buttons on the side. Nice and clicky, easily pressable. It's got some texture on the side too to help with grip. And if we look at the top here, you can see it does have a cutout for your front camera as well as your front speaker. And it also doesn't interfere with Face ID either. Test that out. Works perfectly fine. Now, as you can see, it is also nice and crystal clear. There is a little bit of resistance when you run your finger over the screen because it is plastic, but touch seems to be working perfectly fine. Now let's see what the screen looks like as if we were looking at it through polarized sunglasses. And as you can see, there really isn't any rainbow effect, and maybe unless you're looking at the screen kind of off to the side, but I don't really see anything. Actually, there was a slight rainbow effect that I just saw. But for the most part, it is crystal clear. Very nice. You can also very easily access your recent applications from the bottom here, or if you need to swipe down from the top, you can also do that too without any problems. Now, if we take a look at it from the side, you can see how much of a raised edge we get around our front screen. It does add a little bit of extra bulk to the phone, but you're getting a lot of protection. We have those kind of serrations on the side for grip. Our volume buttons, our serrated action button. On the bottom, we have our covered charging port. We have our lanyard holes on the side. We have that huge cutout for your camera button and our power button on the side. You can see how much of a cushion there is between the outer edge of the case and the actual phone itself, so you know if you drop your phone, it's not going to get damaged. On the back here, it's got a nice hard plastic back. We have a carbon fiber inlay here. And again, we have that plastic kickstand on the back. Works really well. You can use the phone in a landscape mode or portrait. Just like that. And it very easily goes right back into the case. Pretty much flush. And we also have a raised edge around our camera lenses as well. Now, this case does not have MagSafe built in, but If you want to wirelessly charge, you should still be able to do it right through the case. And there you go. And then let me show you that belt clip again really quick. So if you want to see your screen, you can put your phone inside the belt clip with the face facing out. So you have to worry about things pressing against the screen. It also has that belt clip that rotates 360 degrees, which is pretty nice. And again, you can also put your phone with the screen in if you are worried about it getting damaged as well. It's pretty nice. So if you're looking for a case that's going to protect your phone 360 degrees, it's got a built-in kickstand and a screen protector, you might definitely be interested in the UB Pro. And then here we have SUPCASE's UB Mag Pro case. This case pretty much has it all. This case is very protective. We have MagSafe built in, and it's also a kickstand. We have our belt clip, and it's also got a built-in screen protector as well. It is just a film screen protector. So if you like the UB Pro, but you didn't like the fact that it didn't have MagSafe, you're definitely going to like the UB Mag Pro. So again, this is a two-piece design. You're just going to have to get that inner shell out from the outer portion of the case. So it's going to look like this. Again, make sure you clean off your screen thoroughly of your phone. Once your screen is all cleaned off, we'll peel off the inner protector, making sure that the camera cutout is going towards the camera on your phone. Press that over your phone just like this. Then we're going to take this whole thing, press it into our case again. Just work your way around the edges until it's all down. And then we can peel off that top protector. And there we go. As you can see, the screen is crystal clear. It's also got a cutout for your camera and your speakers. It also does not interfere with the Face ID, working perfectly fine. Again, it is nice and clear, touch working perfectly fine. Now there is a slight resistance when you run your finger over the screen because it is plastic, but touch is working perfectly fine. And then again, if we look at our screen through the polarized sunglasses, this one has a slight rainbow effect, but it's not that bad. Not nearly as bad as some of the other ones I've seen. Case feels good in the hand. It's got some kind of texture on the side. It's not grippy, but it's also not slippery. Buttons on the side, nice and clicky, easily accessible. You can easily access that camera button. You can swipe up from the bottom without any issues and swipe down from the top. If we look at it from the side, you can see that it does add some nice protection around the screen of your phone. It doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. We have our texture on the side, our volume buttons, our accented or textured action button. We've got our covered charging port on the bottom here. Our lanyard hole. On the other side, we have a rather large cutout for our camera button. We also have our power button on the side with a serration. And again, you can see how much protection there is between the outside of the case and the actual phone. On the back, it's got a nice hard backing with our MagSafe ring. And again, this doubles as a kickstand, so you can use it in landscape mode, but you can't use it in portrait. So it just kind of allows you to watch, some Netflix or YouTube, and then it just clips right back into place. That's pretty nice. And we also do have that camera ring around our cameras on the back. Now, because this does have MagSafe, you can use MagSafe accessories. Like I got the power bank here, clips right onto the back, and immediately starts to charge your phone. And it's got a nice strong magnet too, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. Very nice. And again, you can also use this case with regular wireless charging too. Now, because the screen protector is made of a plastic, it does pick up some fingerprints, which you can see all over the screen there. Let's see if we can, but yeah, they just very easily wipe away. Not too bad. So if you want the most protective case with MagSafe and a kickstand, the UB Mag Pro would definitely be a good choice. Then here we have I BLASON's Armorbox case. This is one of the very few cases that actually has a touch capacitive button that covers the camera button on the phone. So we're going to see how well that works. So this is one of the more protective cases that I BLASON sells. It's actually got MagSafe built in, and it's got a metal cover on the back here for your camera lens protection. It's got some nice soft material on the inside, clips back into place. It's very protective and reinforced in the corners to help with drops. It's also military grade drop tested. It's got that built-in film screen protector on the front, so your phone is protected 360 degrees, and I'm super excited to see how well this button actually works. Now, the way that you get your phone inside this case is you actually have to peel out the inner core, and the way you do that is you kind of press back in this one button in the corner here, and then you just kind of pull out that middle plastic tray just like that. Now, you want to make sure that your phone screen is thoroughly cleaned off, because once we put the phone inside the case, you're not going to be able to clean it, and anything that's stuck on the screen is going to show up on the screen protector, and you definitely don't want that. So once you have your phone screen all cleaned off, you want to peel off the protector on the inside of the front screen, and then make sure the little camera hole, which is up at the top here, is going towards the camera on your phone. Just press this over the top of your phone just like this. Put in the little camera button first, and then put the other side over the other side of your phone. Then take this whole thing, we're going to press it back into the outer portion of the case. And then you can peel off that outer protector, and you're all set. Looks really nice, feels good in the hand. It's got some nice grip to it. It does have a rubbery type feeling on the sides, and you can see how much it's reinforced in those corners. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable, and again, you have your camera button on the side here. You can just easily press to access your camera. You can't see anything because the camera cover is closed. But as you can see, the screen is nice and clear, and it also doesn't seem to interfere with Face ID. So we'll try that one more time. Face ID working perfectly fine, and there is a little cutout for your camera, so you don't have to worry about the screen protector interfering with any of your selfies. So as you can see, it is crystal clear. There is a bit of resistance on the screen when you run your finger over it because it is plastic, but touch seems to be working just fine. Now, one thing you might notice on the screen is there are a whole bunch of these little micro dots, and that's to keep the rainbow effect down on the screen. Well, let's take a look at our screen here. We'll see what it looks like as if you were looking at it through polarized sunglasses. And as you can see, those little micro dots do a pretty good job at keeping down that rainbow effect. You can see it's just ever so slight if you're looking at the screen from an angle, but if you're looking at it dead on, you don't really see anything. Very good. Now, as far as fingerprints goes, typically these film screen protectors do pick up some fingerprints, and there are again some slight smudges on the screen which you can see all over. Let's see how easy it is to wipe those away, and they wipe away fairly easily. Not bad at all. So if we take a look at the screen from the side, you can see how much of a raised edge there is around the front of your phone to protect your screen. On the side, you can see those serrated edges to help with grip. We've got our volume buttons and our action button, those really beefy edges for drop protection. We have our cutouts on the bottom, we have our lanyard holes on the side, and our charging port does have a little cover over it. On the other side, again, we have our camera with those capacitive pins. We have our power button on the back. Looks really industrial, very cool looking. It is nice and smooth. We've got our MagSafe ring here and that metal cover that does cover our cameras for protection there too. You can also lay this pretty much totally flat on its back so you can keep it open all the time if you want to, and it also doubles as a little kickstand. That is super cool. So you can use your phone in a landscape, or you can even stand it up upside down in a portrait mode, or regular ways it kind of lays down even more. So that is pretty neat, and then you can totally close that and it clips into place. I really do like that kind of gnarled back here to kind of give it a little texture. And even when you have it open, there's still a nice raised edge around your camera lenses. And again, as far as the MagSafe on the back, if you happen to have a MagSafe power bank like I have here, it clips right onto the back and it starts to charge your phone. And it's got a pretty good strong hold on the back as well, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it's got a good strong hold. And if you don't happen to have any MagSafe accessories, you can still wirelessly charge your phone right through the case. Now let's test out that touch capacitive button on the side. So we've already seen that you can easily launch the camera by pressing the camera button on the side here, but how well do these little capacitive pins actually work? So to figure that out, we need to put it into cinematic mode, which we're in right now, and we'll kind of just barely press down. And as you can see, it brought up the little feature here, and then if we scroll, you can see that you can still scroll even by swiping your finger over the button. So the button does actually seem to work. So we're zooming. And if you want to change it, you kind of tap on it here, and then you can kind of scroll through depending on what you want to select. So I think even to select what you want, you kind of just gotta, there we go, just press it down just a little bit, not all the way, and it changes. Very cool. So it does seem like this button is actively working, and it doesn't seem to have any issues. So not a bad case. If you're looking to give your phone some really good protection while still keeping it fairly slim, the Armorbox is definitely a nice choice. Definitely one of my favorite I BLASON cases. I love the fact that it's got the built-in MagSafe. You have your cover for your camera that doubles as a kickstand, and it's got some really good drop protection as well. And now it's got a touch capacitive button that works for your camera. Not too bad. And here we have the POETIC Revolution case. So the one thing I really like about POETIC is they give you two inserts. One insert has nothing in it, and the other insert has a film screen protector. So if you already have your tempered glass screen protector of your own, you can simply use the insert that doesn't have anything and still use the case. And here is the insert that has the film screen protector in it. And here is the case itself. As you can see, it does have a camera cover on the back. It's got a built-in kickstand, and this insert here does not have anything in it. So again, if you've got your own tempered glass screen protector, you can still use this case. So the case has a nice hard plastic shell on the back, and it's surrounded by a softer rubbery type of material. On the inside of the case, it's got some soft foam to help with drop protection, and it's also been military grade drop tested, so if you happen to drop your phone, it will be protected in this case. This is also a two-piece design case, so it's got that inner shell surrounded by a hard outer shell. So you just need to kind of take out the inner shell here, and the way you do that is you take this little corner with this little notch, and sometimes you can just kind of press it back with your thumbs and then peel out that inner protector. Now, since I don't have a screen protector on my phone, we're going to be using the shell that does have the film screen protector in it. Just make sure you thoroughly clean off your screen before we put this on, because anything that's left on the screen will be trapped inside your case. Now once your phone is clean, you're going to peel off the inner protector and make sure that the camera cutout on the top is going towards the camera on your phone. First, you want to place the little cutout for your camera button on the side of the phone, and then just press over the other side just like that, and then take this whole piece and we're going to place it back inside the outer protector just like this and press everything into place. Once that's done, you can peel off the top protector. And there you go. Feels nice in the hand. It's got some texture on the sides to help with grip. The case itself is not grippy, but it is kind of smooth. It's not slippery. And the buttons, nice and clicky, easily accessible. No problems there. Now if we take a look at the side, you can see that it does add a little bit of extra bulk to the phone, and we have a nice raised edge on the front of our screen. We also do have that cutout for our camera and our sensors, so you don't have to worry about that interfering with your selfies or Face ID. Now the screen does have all these micro dots on it. I don't know if you guys can see it on the camera, but that helps keep the rainbow effect down, and I'll show you what I mean in just a minute. On the sides here, you can see that it does have the little texture for grip. We've got our volume buttons and our action button. On the bottom, we do have our covered charging port. On the other side, we have our power button, and we have a cutout for our camera button. And this will show you how much case we actually have between the outer portion and the actual side of your phone. There's definitely a lot of protection there. On the back, again, we have our camera cover that slides over to the side, and it kind of stays in place, and then you can just kind of push it back when you want your cameras covered. We also do have a plastic kickstand that you can easily take out just like that, and you can use your phone in a landscape or portrait mode very easily. Very solid, even though the stand is plastic, and then it folds right back into the case pretty much flush. Really nice case. And you can also very easily access the little camera button with the touch of your finger right there. And if you want to use some of the touch features of the camera itself, you can still do that because it's got a nice deep cutout for your camera button. Now let me show you what I meant by the rainbow effect. So as you can see, the screen is pretty clear. No issues with Face ID. Touch. There is some resistance when you run your finger over the screen because it is film, but touch is working perfectly fine. No issues there. Now let me show you what I mean about that rainbow effect. Now if you put on polarized sunglasses and you look at your phone, typically with a regular tempered glass, you'll have some sort of a rainbow effect on the screen. So if we take a look at this screen right here, and then we put up our polarized filter, you can kind of see subtly there's like a rainbow in the background. It's very subtle, but that's because of those little micro dots on the screen. If you were to look at a tempered glass screen protector like this, you'd most likely see a lot of rainbow effect. And it depends on how you're looking at the screen too. If you're looking at it from the side, see kind of like that rainbow if you tilt it up. It's a lot worse on tempered glass, but if you're looking at the screen dead on, you really don't see anything. You can easily access the bottom of the screen to see your recents, or even pull down from the top without any issues. Very nice. Now this case doesn't have a MagSafe built in, but you can still wirelessly charge right through the case. So definitely not a bad case at all. I like the fact that it does have the built-in kickstand. I think I'd most likely use the kickstand a lot more than I would the camera cover here. When the camera cover is not set in place, it will kind of slide back and forth, but if you kind of lock it off to the side, you don't have to worry about it moving, or even if it's over the cameras, it's not going to just slide around. So your camera covers are now protected too, and again, your screen is protected from scratches, and the rest of your phone is pretty much protected. And that's why I like these POETIC cases. But what do you guys think? Do you care more about the built-in kickstand or the camera cover? Let me know in the comments below. And for those of you wondering, because the case is a hard plastic, it is pretty smooth. So if you put your case down on something that's just as narrow as the back of this, it may slide off easily. But these little nubs in the corner here are made of the same rubber type material as on the back. So if you put your phone, you know, down on something that takes up the whole phone, it should stay in place a little easier. But there's not a lot of surface area that is grippy on the back of the case. So here we have the RINGKE Fusion Clear with MagSafe. So here is the case itself. As you can see, it is crystal clear. We've got that MagSafe ring on the back. It's got a nice hard backing surrounded by a firmer rubbery type edge. It's also got these two protectors on the back and the inner portion of the case that you're going to want to remove before you put your phone inside the case. So first we'll remove the inner portion. We'll put our phone inside the case. Goes in the phone really well. Buttons are nice and clicky, easily accessible. We've got our little camera cutout button on the side. Very nice. It's got a little bit of a grip to it as well. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of our phone. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on the front of my phone either. You can see that it does keep the phone fairly slim as well. We've got these little airbags in the corners for some extra drop protection. We've got our separated volume buttons with our action button. We have a lanyard hole on the side. On the bottom, we have our cutouts. There you can see those little bubbles in the corners. On the other side, we have our power button and our cutout for our camera. On the back again, nice and clear, shows off the color of your phone. We have that protector. You can see how nice and clear that is. We've got our MagSafe ring, and we also do have a nice raised edge around our camera lenses as well. Now as far as fingerprints goes for the back of the phone, I don't really see any smudges, anything like that, but I'm sure depending on how dirty your fingers are, how greasy, you will, tend to see some more fingerprints on the clear cases. But me just touching the back of the phone with some, clean hands, I don't really see any smudges or fingerprints, which is definitely a plus. RINGKE also has some anti-yellowing capabilities for their cases as well. But in my experience, over the long haul of having this phone, especially maybe after a year or 2 years, you will see some slight discoloration in any clear case that you're going to get. And if you do happen to have a MagSafe accessory, like I've got a MagSafe power bank, you can simply clip it onto the back of the case and it will start to charge your phone. And it does seem to have a pretty good hold on the back of the phone as well. You don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just kind of falling off. It does seem to be on there pretty good. And if you don't happen to have a MagSafe accessory to charge your phone, you can still use a regular wireless charger as well. So that is a pretty nice clear case. You're just looking for something simple, again, to keep your, your phone fairly protected while keeping your phone pretty slim as well. And here we have the RINGKE Rugged Gear case. So here is the case itself. It does seem pretty nice. Very aggressive edges to keep your phone safe if you happen to drop it. It's got some texture on the back of the case. It's also fairly hard. It does flex a little bit. And again, on the sides, it's got a nice firmer rubbery type of material. Goes in the phone really well. Feels really good in the hand. It does have some textured buttons and texture on the side to help with grip. It is not slippery at all. I do like the little bumps for your camera buttons and your volume buttons and power buttons. They are textured again. Feels really good in the hand. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see it does have a raised edge around your screen. I do like these aggressive buttons on the side. You can see that the side of the case itself has texture, but the buttons also have kind of like a knurling to them, and they're also separated, which I absolutely love. I like how nice and big those are too. Very easy to press. We also have the reinforcements in the corners as well. We have our lanyard hole on the bottom. There are cutouts for our charging. On the other side, we have our cutout for our camera button, and again, the knurling on that power button, very nice and aggressive. On the back of the case, again, you've got that a very subtle, rough texture on the back of the case. And we also have some more protection for our camera lenses, not only the raised edge, but in between the cameras as well. Makes it nice and flush. It looks really nice. Very cool looking case. This is definitely going to be one of my favorites. And on the back of the case, I don't know if you guys can see this, it's got up and down for the volume, and it looks like mode for your action button. And it's got power written for the power button. And there's nothing for the camera. That is a really nice looking case. Buttons. They feel really good when you press them. You can feel the kind of like knurling on the buttons. Very easy to find and press. That camera button on the bottom, very easy to press as well. And you can still access the top and the bottom of your phone very easily too. I think this is definitely going to be one of my favorite cases. And you can also see that it doesn't really add a lot of extra bulk to your phone. Now this case does not have MagSafe built in, but you can still use regular wireless charging to charge right through the case. I know I said it twice already, but this is definitely going to be on my list of favorite cases. Looks really cool and it feels good in the hand. And here we have the RINGKE Silicone case with MagSafe built in. Here is the case. Looks really nice, feels nice and smooth. It's got that soft silicone type material covering the outside, and it's got a nice microfiber on the inside to help keep your phone free from scratches. You can also see the MagSafe ring, and it's got that more protection for your cameras as well. So this case has a nice hard backing surrounded by kind of like a silicone covered edge. In some portions of the case it's stiff, and then where the buttons are it's definitely flimsier. So put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone really well, feels good in the hand. It doesn't really have a grip to it. It's more smooth. It's not slippery, but it is smooth because of that silicone. Buttons are very easy to press. They're not as prominent as some of the other cases. They're very kind of subtle on the sides, but again, you can very easily press them. Feels good in the hand. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see it does have a nice raised edge around the front of our screen, and it also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to your phone. On the sides here, we've got our separated volume buttons and our action button, our lanyard hole on the bottom, cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button and our cutout for our camera button. On the back, again, it's covered in that nice soft silicone, and we also do have a nice raised edge for our cameras and the extra protection in between as well. The only thing you need to keep in mind with something like this that covers the cameras totally is if you are using camera protectors, you might not be able to use this case. But it does look pretty nice. And again, if you happen to have a MagSafe accessory like I have this power bank, you can clip it right onto the back and it starts to charge your phone immediately. And it also does seem to have a pretty nice hold on there as well. So it's not going to just fall off your phone. And again, you can also use this with regular wireless charging too. Now, one thing I also wanted to look at is because the buttons were a little softer on the sides, you can see that it doesn't take much for the edge to kind of be pulled away from the phone itself, but where there aren't any buttons, it's very firm. You got kind of like this little piece here. So that's just one thing that you might have to keep in mind over the long run. It's fine right now, but maybe after a year or so, the little sides here might become a lot softer and kind of peel away from the phone a little easier. But as for right now, it does look like a really nice case. And then here we have the RINGKE Fusion X case. This is another one of my favorites. So here is the case. It does have a nice hard clear backing to show off the color of your phone, and it's got some nice aggressive edges and buttons on this too. There's also a protector on the back and the inside of the case you will need to remove before you put your phone inside. So we'll just remove that really quick. We can put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone really well, feels great in the hand. It's got some nice texturing on the sides to help with grip. And the buttons are also kind of angled and textured. Really nice. Buttons are nice and clicky, easily accessible. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see it still has a nice raised edge around the front of the phone to protect your screen. It does add a little bit of extra bulk on the bottom of the case, but for the rest of the phone, it's still fairly slim. We've got those really aggressive edges to help with drop protection. You can see the action button has a texture to it. There's also some texture on the side of the case itself, and here are the volume buttons. We've got our lanyard hole in the bottom, our cutouts. Here is the power button. Again, that's nice and textured. We've got the cutout for our camera button, another lanyard hole. On the back of the case, again, it is nice and clear to show off the color of your phone. We'll just remove this sticker. And you can see it's nice and clean. As far as fingerprints goes, again, with all of these clear cases, you're going to see some sort of fingerprints when your fingers are kind of oily or dirty. But if they're fairly clean, you're really not going to see too many fingerprints on the back. We also do have a nice aggressive edge to protect our cameras as well, and these little bumps on the corners, so when you put your phone on its back, you don't have to worry about the phone just kind of rocking all over the place, which I can definitely appreciate. We've got some grip on the edges here. Again, those little aggressive kind of nubs in the corners. Definitely a really nice case. And again, like I mentioned, this is another one of my favorite cases. Now, this case doesn't have a MagSafe built in, but again, you can still wirelessly charge right through this case. And here we have the RINGKE Onyx with MagSafe built in. This is another one of my favorite RINGKE cases, and they've upgraded it with the MagSafe, which I absolutely love. So this case is a little bit more flexible than some of the others. It's got a very subtle rough texture on the back, surrounded by a kind of rubbery type material on the sides. And again, we do have the MagSafe ring in the inside. Goes in the phone really easily. Feels good in the hand. It does not have a real grip to it. It's not slippery, but it is smooth, kind of like a smooth plastic feel. Buttons, nice and clicky, easily pressable. And if we take a look at the case from the side, you can see how it keeps the phone nice and slim. We still do have a raised edge around the front of the screen. On the side here, we have a very subtle texturing with our volume buttons and our action button. There is also a little bit of an extra bump in the corners to help with drop protection. We have our lanyard hole in the bottom, cutouts as well. Another lanyard hole. We've got our cutout for our camera button and our volume power button. And on the back again, there's that subtle texturing you can see, and there's also a camera bump on the back that does come up a little bit higher than the camera lenses themselves. Very nice, simple case, adds some protection while keeping the phone fairly slim. And again, it's got MagSafe built in. So we'll take our MagSafe power bank, clip it right onto the back, and it starts to charge your phone. And just like all the other RINGKE MagSafe cases, it's got a good enough hold to where you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off the back of the phone. And again, this also works with regular wireless charging. And again, one of my personal favorites is just something very simple to give your phone some protection and keep your phone nice and slim. And then here we have the RINGKE Fusion Bold case. And here is the case itself. As you can see, the back is nice and clear. It's also very firm, surrounded by a softer rubbery type material on the sides. This also does have a protector on the inside and outside that you're going to want to remove before we put our phone inside the case. So we'll do that now. We'll put our phone inside the case. Feels nice in the hand. It's got a little bit of a kind of grip to it because of the texture on the sides. Buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the screen. On the side here, we have that slight texturing with the separated volume buttons and our action button. There's a little bit of an extra bump in the corners for that extra drop protection. Our lanyard hole in the bottom. We have our cutouts. We have another lanyard hole here, that slight texturing on the side. Cutout for our camera button, our power button. And on the back again, it's nice and clean, clear. To show off the color of your phone. For fingerprints, again, as long as your fingers are nice and clean, you're really not going to see too many fingerprints. And we do have a nice raised edge around our camera lenses as well. RINGKE's got some really nice camera rings to protect your lenses, which I absolutely love. Some other cases, they just almost come flush with the cameras, which I don't really understand. But that is a nice, clean case. And you can also use this case with regular wireless charging. One other thing to note about the buttons on this case is they're a little more subtle than some of the other cases as well. They just kind of barely come off the case. So you may have some trouble finding it when it's in your pocket. But if you're just holding it normally like this and looking at it, you can very easily access those buttons. Just something to keep in mind. So here we have the Pitaka Ultra Slim case. So here is the case itself. As you can see, it's made from 600D aramid fiber, and it's made through and through. It's not just a covering. On the inside, you can see that MagSafe ring. We also have an aluminum camera ring, which is really nice, makes it feel very premium. It's also super light, very thin at only 1.04 millimeters. And it's also very strong. The aramid fiber is also nice and smooth, and it keeps down those fingerprints. So let's put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone perfectly. It also doesn't feel like you're even holding a phone with a case on it in your hand. It's not slippery. It is smooth though. The aramid fiber is really smooth, and it's got cutouts on the sides for all of your buttons. So you can easily press all of your buttons without issues. Now I don't have a tempered glass screen protector on here, so you can see how much of a raised edge you get with this case, and you can see that it's also super thin. It's got that aramid fiber on the side, the large cutout for your volume and action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom. On the other side, we have a cutout for our power and our camera button. On the back again, you can see that really nice aramid fiber. Doesn't show any fingerprints, feels really cool. And we also have that nice aluminum raised edge for our camera protection. The case looks really good on the phone. It also, again, it just feels like you're holding the phone, but you have a case on it to give it some extra protection. Very nice. So again, it does have MagSafe built in, so let's test that out. I've got my MagSafe power bank here, clips onto the back, and starts to charge your phone. Now as far as that hold, it does seem to have a pretty good hold on the back of your phone, so you don't have to worry about the phone just falling off, or the MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. It's on there pretty good. And that's pretty impressive for a case that's as thin as it is. Now, if you don't happen to have MagSafe, you can also use this case with regular wireless charging as well. That is really nice. Pitaka is definitely one of my favorite aramid fiber minimalist cases. Now, the only thing I would suggest if you are going to purchase one of these minimalist cases is to at least get a tempered glass screen protector so the front of your screen is protected and this case will protect the rest of your phone. And I also love the fact that Pitaka also included a aluminum camera ring instead of just a plastic one. It really makes the case feel that much more premium. Now the case is kind of clipped onto the edge of the phone, and if you want to take it off, I would suggest pushing on your cameras forward and then pushing back with your thumbs on the case, and then you can pop your phone out just like that. And then here we have Pitaka's tactical woven case. This is called Over the Horizon. So here is the case. Again, it's made from aramid fiber. Looks really cool. I do like this pattern. Again, it kind of looks like you're looking at a horizon. Feels really nice and soft. And it's also got that aluminum camera ring on the back. On the inside, again, you can see our MagSafe ring. It's also, again, super light, very thin, and really strong. Goes in the phone really easily, clips into place. Feels, again, just like you're holding the phone without a case on it. And it looks really cool. I really do like some of these new patterns that Pitaka has been putting out on some of their cases. They actually also have one that looks like it's glowing in the dark. It's really cool. And you can check that out by clicking on the link in the video description. And if these minimalist cases aren't protective enough for you, Pitaka also sells a more tactical case, which is more protective, but it's also a lot thicker. And then here we have the Pitaka tactical woven case in the Milky Way galaxy pattern. And here is the case. I think out of the three, this is probably the coolest pattern yet. It's got this kind of like the Milky Way galaxy. It's got that nice aramid fiber. Again, it's nice and soft and smooth. Doesn't show hardly any fingerprints. It's also very light, very thin, and it's got that aluminum camera ring on the back. That looks really cool. I think this is probably my favorite out of the three. Just looks really cool. I love the way that the aramid fiber feels. It's nice and smooth, and because it's matte, again, it doesn't show fingerprints very well. Super slim. And again, the MagSafe is the same on all three of these cases. So first up, we have the BASE Crystal Pro case. This has been drop tested up to 14 feet. Here we have the BASE Crystal Pro case, which has been drop tested up to 14 feet. So here is the case itself. It does have a nice hard backing with MagSafe built in, surrounded by a softer kind of rubbery type material. Goes in the phone really good. Feels good in the hand. It does have some grip to it, which is always nice. The buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable, which I absolutely love. Now if you take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the screen. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on my phone either. You can see that it doesn't add much extra bulk to the phone, and you can see how thick that back plate is to help with protection there. We do have our separated volume buttons on the side and our action button, and you can also kind of see how much cushion you have between the case and the actual phone. On the bottom here we have our cutouts. On the other side we have our power button and our cutout for our camera button. And here again you can see how much thickness we have between the case and the actual phone. On the back here, it's nice and clear to show off the color of your phone. It's also got this protector that we can peel off. We have our MagSafe built in, and we also have a nice raised edge to protect our camera lenses. Now there's also a protector on the inside, which I did not take off, but you can still see that the phone is crystal clear, and the back also has a little bit of a grip to it, and does a pretty good job at keeping down those fingerprints. Pretty nice crystal clear case, and because it's got MagSafe built in, if you happen to have a MagSafe power bank like I have here from PowerPeak, you simply put it onto the back and it'll start to charge your phone. And it's also got a pretty good hold on the back here too. You don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off your case. This case also does work with regular wireless charging as well. Definitely a pretty nice case, and you can see again how thick the case is to help protect with drops. And here we have the BASE Duo Hybrid Series case. This has been drop tested up to 12 feet. These are some of my favorite cases. As you can see, it's got a frosted backing, which is nice and smooth and it keeps down fingerprints. I prefer the matte look on my cases, and that's what this particular series has. We also have MagSafe built in with a metal camera ring. Very nice. And it's also got kind of rubbery type edges with a nice firm hard backing. Feels good in the hand. Buttons are also nice and clicky. Very easily pressable. It doesn't have grip to it, but it does have like a smooth type silicone-y feel to it. It's not slippery, but it is smooth feeling. If we take a look at the side of the case, you can see it just got a raised edge around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk. We've got separated volume buttons, which I absolutely love. They're also separate from the case themselves, so they're not rubbery like the case. They're actually kind of just floating in there. It gives you a nice tactile feel. We have our lanyard hole at the bottom. Here are our cutouts. We have our power button on the side, which is again a separate button from the case. We have our cutout for our camera button. And on the back, again, nice matte look, nice and smooth. Shows off the color of your phone kind of through the frosted back. And again, we have that metal ring around our cameras. Very nice case. Again, it's got MagSafe built in. We can put our MagSafe on the back here, and it'll start to charge your phone. It's also, again, got a nice strong hold on the back, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off. Definitely has a nice strong hold. Really nice case, and this also does work with regular wireless charging as well. I particularly like these buttons on the side. Not only are they shiny, which gives it kind of like a contrast between the button and the case, but again, like I mentioned, they're not actually part of the case. They're totally separate, and they give a nice clicky feel. I like that. I also have this in a couple different other colors as well. And here is the Hybrid Duo in a black. You can see it's still kind of a smoke transparent color on the back. We've got the black accented ring around our cameras. We've got those black power and volume buttons on the side. Looks really nice. Very nice looking case. Which ones do you guys prefer? Do you like the blue or the black? Let me know in the comments below. I actually think I prefer the black color. And here we have the Sparkle series by BASE. This has been drop tested up to 12 feet. So here is the case. Again, it's got MagSafe built in. We have a nice firm hard back with that kind of sparkly pieces inside. Very cool. And it's surrounded by a kind of like a firm rubber material. Goes in the phone very easily. It's also kind of grippy in the hand. Buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it's got a raised edge around the front of the screen. And from the side, you can also see how thick that bottom back plate is as well. I think it's probably a little bit thicker than the Crystal series. We have our separated volume buttons and our action button. Cutouts on the bottom. Got our power button and our cutout for our camera button on the side. On the back again, it's nice. It's got that nice sparkle, hence the name. Looks pretty cool. Got that MagSafe, and we also have a ring around our cameras for protection there too. See how that MagSafe is. MagSafe working fine. It also seems to have a pretty good strong hold on the back as well, so you don't have to worry about your accessory just falling off the phone. And the back of this case also, even though it is plastic, it's got a little bit of a kind of like a rubbery type material to it. You're only going to feel it if you kind of put your fingernails on it, but it's got kind of like that healing rubber type feel to it as well. And I also have this in another color. And here we have the other Sparkle Series case in kind of like a subtle kind of rainbow effect case. Looks really cool. Very clear, so you can kind of see the color of your phone. This also has some nice grip to it. Buttons are very easily pressable, nice and clicky. And then you get the kind of like that really cool effect on the back. It looks really nice. As far as fingerprints goes, it seems to do a pretty good job at rejecting fingerprints as well. And then here we have the base folio wallet case. Now this case has also been drop tested up to 10 feet. It's made of leather and it's also got MagSafe built in. So here is the case. Looks really nice. Smells like leather. It's got this little magnetic holder on the back here. Kind of clips into place. You can open it up. It has a spot for 3 different cards as well as a little pouch on the side here for maybe some money or some more cards. The case itself actually comes off of the folio portion. The case itself also has a leather material on the back and it's got MagSafe built in. On the inside of the case, it's got kind of like this microfiber that keeps your phone nice and scratch free, and you can see the MagSafe built in. It's also surrounded by a firm rubbery type material. So let's put our phone inside the case. Feels good in the hand. It's not grippy, but it's got kind of like a smooth rubbery type feel. Buttons are easily pressable. Nice and clicky. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a raised edge around the front screen of the phone. We've got our separated volume buttons and our action button. Cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button on the top and the cutout for the camera right there. You can see how much of the case there is between this and the phone. Again, on the back, it's got that nice leather material. And we also do have a raised edge around our cameras as well. Now, if you want to charge your phone wirelessly, you can also use a MagSafe power bank. Clips onto the back here, and it charges your phone. The folio wallet itself does not have MagSafe, so if you want to charge your phone, you do need to take this case out of the folio. Now, as far as the MagSafe connection, it does have a fairly strong connection, strong enough to hold the MagSafe accessory, but it's not as strong as some of the other base cases. But again, you don't have to worry about the MagSafe accessory just falling off unless you're violently throwing the case around. So we'll put our case back in the folio. It clips right into place with that magnet. And you can close it up with the little magnetic clip there. Seems to hold in place pretty well. Let's test out some cards here. Slide your cards right into the little slots here. The cards also will not just fall out either. They're in there with some good force. They're easy to take out, but not easy enough to where the cards are just going to fall out of the wallet. I think it's perfect. Just enough resistance so you don't have to fight with getting the card out, but you also don't have to worry about them just falling out either. Again, you have that nice pouch to put some money. Now, the magnet for the case and the folio is strong enough to kind of hold it in place, but if you were to like whip this around or something like that, if you were to hold it by this, the case might fall out of the folio. So you're not going to be able to hold it, you know, just like this and like shake it around because the case will fall out. But it does have enough hold to hold it in place. You can see how thick it is. Pretty nice. And it's also got this kind of like some sort of a soft material on the inside here to keep from scratching up the leather on the back of the case too. Now this folio wallet also acts as a kickstand, so if you want to watch something, you simply push the phone like this and it's angled perfectly towards your face so you can watch some YouTube, Netflix, or whatever, just like that. Now let's see if you can wirelessly charge right through this case. And it doesn't seem like it's possible. Let's... Oh. So yeah, if you get it in the perfect spot, you can wirelessly charge right through the case and the folio wallet itself. So if you have a regular wireless charger, you can use it right through the folio, but if you have a MagSafe charger, you're going to have to take your case out of the folio and charge it like that. And then here we have the BASE Boulder case. This has been drop tested up to 15 feet, so if you want the max protection that BASE offers, the Boulder series case is definitely the way to go, and it's also exceeding military grade drop testing. So here is the case itself. You can also purchase this with just the case as well, but this one comes with a little belt clip. If you want to take the phone out, just simply kind of lift up on that and pull out the case just like that. It's also got kind of like this soft material on the inside of the phone holder as well, and this also rotates 360 degrees. So here is the case. Wow, this case has some really nice soft foam on the inside to help keep your phone protected even in the event of a drop. It's also a two-piece design, and by that I mean it's got an inner plastic core with a soft rubber outer protector. It also has MagSafe built in. So the way that you get this out is you kind of just press this back in one of the corners. The inner core will come out. Just like that. Then you're going to take this whole thing and you're going to press it over the top of your phone, just like this. Then you're going to take this whole thing with the inner core, we're going to press it back into the outer portion of the phone. Just go around the edges of the phone, making sure that everything is in place, and you're all set. Feels really nice in the hand. It does have some grip to it. Very nice case. As far as the buttons, very easily pressable, nice and clicky. I like it. Now the buttons do not stick out from the case. They're pretty much flush. So you might have a hard time trying to find where the buttons are in your, in your pocket, but they stick out ever so slightly. As you can see, just a little bump. But they're, like I mentioned, you can very easily press the buttons. If we take a look at the protector from the side, you can see that there's a very slight raised edge. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see that there's a very large raised edge on the top and the bottom of the case, and some on the sides. You don't want a lot of bulk on the sides because, again, don't forget you do need to swipe, left and right to go back for the gestures. This case does add some bulk to the phone, but again, you're getting a 15-foot drop protection. We've got some texture on the side here. Again, it's got that nice rubbery type feel. We've got our volume buttons and our action button. On the bottom, we have our covered charging port, which you can access right here. On the other side, you can see that we have our power button with the texture, and we have a large cutout for our camera button. You can also see how much thickness we have between the case and the actual phone. On the back here, again, it's got that nice rubbery type feel with our MagSafe on the back, and we also do have a raised edge around our cameras as well. Now, if you happen to have that MagSafe power bank like I have here, clips onto the back, starts to charge your phone, and it's got a pretty good strong hold on the MagSafe accessory as well, so you don't have to worry about it just coming off. It definitely has a good strong hold. Now, this case also does work with regular wireless charging as well, so if you have a puck like I have here, you can simply put your phone down and it'll start to wirelessly charge. And you can also very easily access that camera button too. So again, if you want the most protection at a fraction of the price as other similar cases like this, I would definitely recommend going with the Boulder case. And then here is that other Boulder case in a mint green color, and this one comes without the belt clip. But it has all the same features, it's the exact same case, it just doesn't come with a belt clip. I love how easy these buttons are to press. Very nice. So first up we have the SPIGEN Tough Armor AI case. So here is the case itself. Now this case in particular is made of a two-piece design. It's got a softer kind of rubbery inner core shell surrounded by a harder outer plastic shell. I don't really particularly like these kinds of cases because over time, typically the softer shell kind of starts to bow out and bulge over time, but that's just something to keep in mind for down the road. Inside this case, it does have kind of like this foam core, and also has them in the corners here to help with drop protection. This case also does have MagSafe built in, and it's got a little plastic kickstand on the back here. So we'll put our phone inside the case. You don't have to take off the outer shell to put the phone in. I just kind of wanted to show you, what the case was about first. So we'll just pop our phone inside the case here. So it feels pretty good in the hand. It's not grippy. It's kind of smooth feeling. It's not, like I said, it's not slippery. It just has a smooth type of rubber to it. The buttons on the side are easily pressable, nice and clicky. The only thing again with this case is these buttons are flush with the case. They don't really stick out from the side, so it might be a little hard for you to find these buttons, if it's in your pocket or something like that, but they do press in pretty easily. Now, I don't have a tempered glass screen protector on my phone, so you're going to get to see how much of a raised edge we get with this case without your screen protector being on the phone, and it doesn't look like you get much of an edge with this case. It also doesn't seem to add a lot of extra bulk to the phone, so it keeps the phone fairly slim. Here we have a smooth, kind of rubbery plastic feel on the side. We've got our flat volume buttons and our kind of serrated action button on the side. I like how they're a little bit thicker than the normal buttons. On the bottom we have our cutouts. Again, we do have some reinforcements in the corners for some drop protection. We have our flat power button over here and our cutout for our camera. And you can see how much case you actually get versus where the phone actually starts. On the back here, it's got kind of like a smooth, kind of rubbery type feel to it. Again, we have that little, it's like a little piece of plastic. It's really flimsy. It's only gonna, hold your phone in a landscape. It's not gonna hold it up in a portrait, but I guess it's there. You can use it. It's not really a big deal. And we also have a slight raised edge around our camera lenses as well. And it also, like I said, has MagSafe built in. So if you have your MagSafe power bank, you can clip it onto the back here and it should start to charge up your phone. Let's turn it on. And there we go. And as far as the hold, it does seem to have a pretty good, strong hold on the back, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off. It's actually being held on there really well. And this case also does work with regular wireless charging as well. Again, not a horrible case. I'm not really too fond of these two-piece designs for the reasons that I've already told you, and because the buttons on the side here are flat. They don't really protrude outside the case, so you might be hunting for the buttons a little bit. Then here we have the SPIGEN Ultra Hybrid case in the classic black. So here is the case. It kind of looks like an old iPod, and it also has these kind of plastic covers that you want to peel off before you put your phone inside the case. It does have kind of like a matte feel to the back here. These things don't do anything. They're just for aesthetics to look, you know, kind of cool. The case is very simple. Nothing, again, it's nothing special. It's got a hard back surrounded by a firm rubber edge, and it's also got MagSafe built in. So we'll put the phone inside the case. So it feels pretty good in the hand. Again, it does not have any grip to it. It does have a smooth, rubbery type feel. Buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it's got that slight raised edge all the way around the phone's front. It doesn't add much bulk to the phone either. We've got our separated volume buttons and our action button, our cutouts on the bottom, our power button on the side, along with that cutout for our camera, and you can kind of see how much thickness you get from the case versus where the phone is. And then again on the back, it's got that, you know, that iPod look. It doesn't have any functionality for the phone. It is matte, but it's, you know, very plasticky feeling. And we do have a slight raised edge for our cameras. And it's also got MagSafe built in. Clips onto the back. And it starts to charge your phone after a few seconds. And again, this case does have a really nice strong hold for that MagSafe magnet. And this case also does work with regular wireless charging. Nothing special to this case. It's very, very simple. I'm really not a huge fan, but it's there in case you like it. And then here we have the SPIGEN Classic C1 case. Kind of looks like an old Mac. So here is the case, and just like the SPIGEN Tough Armor, this again is a two-piece design. So it's got kind of like this rubbery type of inner core that can come out from the plastic. It doesn't come out very easily, but again, you can see that it's got this kind of TPU inner core with a hard plastic outer shell, and this bottom piece just popped off. So already not really a huge fan of this case, especially because it can easily come apart, but it's just something to keep in mind. On the inside of this case does have that kind of like that foam material again. It does not have it in the corners, just on the kind of the back of the phone. It's also got this clear hole that you can kind of see through, so you can see your Apple logo on your phone. Let's put our phone inside the case here. Wow. You really got to press it on your phone. So the case it's slippery. It's got this hard plastic all the way around the phone, kind of where you're going to hold on to it. And there's absolutely no grip whatsoever. No textures. It just feels like a slippery iPhone. So that's one thing I really don't like already. The buttons, they're okay. They're a little mushy. They're not very clicky, but they do work. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see there's a very slight raised edge around the front of the phone. So if you put a tempered glass screen protector on here, there's going to be pretty much no edge. It doesn't seem to add a lot of bulk to the phone. We have our separated volume buttons here and our action button. And then keep in mind, these buttons are not free floating. They're actually part of the inner core, which is part of the reason kind of why they're so, mushy and not clicky. On the bottom, we have our cutouts. On the other side, we have our power button and our cutout for our camera. And kind of see how much of the case you get before it hits the phone. On the back looks pretty cool. It kind of looks like the inside of the phone. You can see your iPhone's Apple logo on the back. It does look pretty neat, and it's also got MagSafe built in, but it's just all hard, slippery plastic. So if you put your phone down on something that has some sort of an angle to it, your phone's probably gonna fall off. And we also have a slight raised edge around our cameras as well. So we'll try out our MagSafe. MagSafe again, it's got a nice strong hold and eventually starts to charge your phone. There you go. Yeah, so it's got a nice strong hold in the back, so your MagSafe accessory is not going to just fall off. And again, this does work with regular wireless charging. So again, I'm not the biggest fan of this phone for a couple reasons. One, again, it's a two-piece design. You saw this back just pop off. That might happen again over time. The buttons are not very clicky. They're slightly mushy, and the case is slippery. So I would definitely not recommend this case. And then here we have the SPIGEN Liquid Crystal case. So here is the case itself. It is very flimsy. It does not have any hard backing or sides to it. It's just a very simple kind of clear flimsy case, but you can see right through it, so it shows off the color of your phone. So the case does feel good in the hand. It does have grip to it. Buttons are pretty easy to press, a little bit clicky. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see it's still got a slight raised edge around the front of your screen. It does have these little bubbles in the corners for some extra drop protection. We've got some separated volume buttons with our action button. Got our cutouts on the bottom, our power button on the other side with the cutout for our camera button, and you can kind of see how much of the case is covering the phone before it hits the actual phone itself. Not a lot, but again, it's also keeping the phone pretty slim. On the back, shows off the color of your phone as far as fingerprints. Does seem to do a pretty good job at keeping the fingerprints down. And we do have a slight raised edge for our cameras. Again, this is just a very simple, clear case. It's going to offer your phone some protection. Feels good in the hand, does have a little bit of grip to it, and it keeps your phone pretty slim. And this case also works with regular wireless charging. Then here we have the SPIGEN Optic Armor case. This case has a cover for your camera lenses in the back. So here is the case itself. Again, on the back, it's got that cover for your camera lenses. It does clip in place. It does have a kind of like a rough texture for the back that is made of rubber. This piece right here is made of all plastic. And it seems to have MagSafe built in. So feels okay in the hand. It's not grippy at all, but it does kind of have a smooth rubber feel to it. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it still has the same raised edge around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. On the side, we do have kind of like this slight texture, but it doesn't seem to do anything for grip. We've got our kind of serrated volume buttons along with that action button. On the bottom, we've got our cutouts. On the other side, we have our power button. That is, again, it's got the serration on it, the slight bit of texture, and then the cutout for the camera button. And we can see how much case there is before it actually touches your phone. Again, on the back, it's got kind of like this rubbery type rough texture to it. Feels pretty nice, keeps down fingerprints. And then we have this plastic piece that does cover your cameras that is not very easy to move, but once it's in place, it doesn't just slide back over. It actually, locks into place. And as far as the raised edge, we do get a nice raised edge to protect our cameras as well. When we push this over, it kind of locks into place, so it's not going to just move. But I think to get this open, you might want to use your left hand. It's not very easy with your right. It seems to be easier with your left. So it's just something to keep in mind. Not too bad. Let's check out our MagSafe. I don't know why it takes so long for it to start charging, but it actually does. Now, as far as the magnetic hold on this case, it definitely doesn't seem as strong as some of the other cases that I've reviewed. This one actually seems kind of light. It's not, it seems to keep the MagSafe accessory on your phone, but it's definitely not as strong holding as some of the other cases. So this case isn't that bad. I just kind of wish that the texture on the sides was a little bit more aggressive to help with, some of the grip. This kind of texture on the side, again, it doesn't really do anything to help with grip. So a couple things that I have to gripe about this case is the hold for the MagSafe magnet and the kind of texturing on the side. It doesn't do anything to help with grip on the phone. You can feel it a little bit, but again, it just feels like smooth rubber. And then here we have the SPIGEN Ultra Hybrid S case. So here is the case. It is a clear case with MagSafe built in. It also has a metal kickstand on the bottom. Looks pretty nice. It's got a nice hard plastic backing surrounded by a kind of firm rubbery type edge. So we'll put a front inside the case. Feels good in the hand. It does have grip to it. Buttons, they're not super clicky, but they're easy to press. If we look at it from the side, you can see it does have a slight raised edge around the front of your screen. On the bottom here, you can also see how thick that back plate is, but it doesn't add much extra bulk to the phone. We've got those little airbags in the corners for drop protection, our separated volume buttons, and our action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom, our power button on the side, and a cutout for our camera button. And again, you can see how much of a thickness you get between the case and the actual phone. On the back here, shows off the color of your phone. Again, we have that metal kickstand here. Seems pretty solid, and it seems like it pretty much stays in any position you're going to put it. So you can use your phone in a portrait mode or even a landscape, so you can watch some YouTube, and then it folds right back into the case flush. That's probably why the back portion of the case is so thick. Again, we have our MagSafe ring. We have also a slight raised edge for our cameras. It would be nice to see this just raised up a little bit more for a little bit more protection. Let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back. And it charges your phone. Now, as far as the hold, again, it doesn't seem to have as strong as a hold as some of the other cases, but it's good enough to keep your accessory on your phone. It doesn't seem like it's just going to fall off. It's just not as strong, but it seems adequate. I do like the fact that the kickstand is made of a solid metal and it's not flimsy feeling. That's pretty nice. So I would probably, if you're looking for a clear case, I would probably go with this case instead of just the cheaper Crystal series, because again, you do get the kickstand and the inclusion of the MagSafe. So it's a pretty nice case. Then here we have the SPIGEN Enzo Airmid case. So here is the case itself. It does have a nice kind of microfiber on the inside of the case to keep your phone free from scratches. On the back, you can see that it does have the aramid fiber. It's kind of like a little bit bumpy feeling, but it's all matte, so it's going to keep those fingerprints down. Looks really nice. It also does seem to have a metal insert for the camera ring, also premium looking, and it's surrounded by a firm rubbery type material with accented metal buttons. So far the case looks really nice, and it also does seem to have MagSafe built in. So you really got to push your phone inside the case. The phone is not grippy. It's kind of got a smooth rubbery type feel to it. It might also be on the verge of being slippery, which is definitely not good. I would really like to have seen some texture along the side of this case. I'm not sure like why you wouldn't put that to help so you don't drop your phone accidentally. Well, why would you want a smooth, slippery case? Not really sure, but that's already one thing that I don't like. Another thing is the buttons don't stick out very far from the case, so you might have some trouble kind of trying to find the buttons if you're not actually, looking at the phone. Buttons are clicky though, easily pressable. I would like to see these come out of the case just a little bit more. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. It also keeps the phone fairly slim. We have those accented metal buttons on the side, which is a nice touch. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We also have our power button on the side, along with the cutout for our camera button. And you can see how thick the case is between that and the phone. On the back, again, it's got that aramid fiber with the kind of bumpy feel. I like the way that it feels and the way that it looks. Looks really cool. We've got this little metal logo on the bottom here. And again, we do have a metal ring around our cameras. And again, it does have MagSafe built in. Seems like it's got a strong hold so far. And there we go. Wow. Yeah, so the hold on this it's super strong. Your MagSafe accessory is not going to fall off. I think this case probably has the strongest magnetic hold for MagSafe out of the SPIGEN lineup that I've tested so far. Very nice strong hold. Really like that. So the case does look really good. Again, there's a couple of gripes that I do have. It's just again, it's on the verge of being slippery, and that's not good because you definitely don't want to accidentally just drop your phone. So that's one thing. They really should have put texture on the sides of this phone. It's not going to take away from the way that it looks. I think it would be a welcome addition. Just make it like a little rough so it's not going to be as slippery. The buttons look really nice. I just kind of wish that they kind of came off the case a little bit more so you could find them easier. But all in all, besides the things that I just told you I didn't like, it doesn't seem like a bad case. Then here we have the SPIGEN Liquid Air case. So here is the case itself. Again, this is just another very cheap feeling, simple case. It's very flexible. There's no hard, rigid edges on this case whatsoever. It does come in some different colors. It's got this kind of triangle texture on the back. That's pretty much it. Goes in the phone pretty easily. And it feels, I think, too slippery. It's just the smooth plastic feel. And again, it's got kind of like this texture on the side, but I don't think it does anything to help with grip. I think this case it's again, just like the Enzo, it's on the verge of being slippery, which is not good. But the buttons are easily pressable, nice and clicky. They also come off the phone a little bit more. We do have a raised edge around the front of our screen. It does keep the phone fairly slim. Again, there's that texture on the side, which it doesn't feel like it does anything for grip for the case. We've got our volume buttons and our action button. Cutouts on the bottom. Power button on the side, landed hole on the bottom, and a cutout for our camera button. And you can kind of see how much thickness we get on the edges of the case before it hits your phone. And again, we have that triangle texture on the back. And we have a raised edge around our cameras. And this case will also work with regular wireless charging because it does not have MagSafe. I'm not a huge fan of this phone. It's very simple, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just stating it's just a very simple case, nothing special. I just don't like the way that it feels in the hand. I think it's just too slick. And here we have the SPIGEN Ultra Hybrid in a frost color with MagSafe built in. So here is the case. Again, it does have MagSafe. It's got a nice hard backing, and it does have that frosted look to help keep fingerprints down, and it's surrounded by a firm rubbery type material. This case feels good in the hand. It's got some grip to it. Buttons are easily pressable, nice and clicky. If we take a look at the case from the side, again, it seems like all these SPIGEN cases have the same amount of raised edge. It doesn't seem like a lot. Again, if you put a tempered glass screen protector on your phone, it's then going to be pretty much flush with the case, which I don't like. But this case does keep the phone pretty slim. We've got those little airbags in the corners, our volume buttons on the side with the action button. We've got our cutouts on the bottom, our power button on the side, along with the lanyard hole, and a cutout for our camera button. And again, you can see how thick the case actually is. On the back, shows off the color of your phone with that nice smooth matte feel, keeps down the fingerprints. I absolutely, when it comes to clear cases, I don't know why anybody would get anything less than a frosted case, because typically the clear cases are going to show fingerprints like crazy, especially if you have a little oil on your fingers. It's just not going to look good. And these frosted cases just keep down the fingerprints, and I like it the way that it looks. It looks like the frosted glass on the iPhone. Again, we've got our MagSafe, and we have a raised edge for our cameras. Let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back. And it starts to charge your phone. This seems to have a pretty strong hold as well for the MagSafe. Yeah, definitely nice. You don't have to worry about the phone just falling off whatever accessory you're going to have. It's got a pretty good strong hold, which I definitely like. So definitely a nice case. If I were to get a clear case, this is probably going to be the one that I would get, unless you want a kickstand, and then you're going to have to get one of the other cases. But I do like the matte look. I like the MagSafe, and it feels good in the hand. And this case also does work with regular wireless charging. And then here we have the SPIGEN Ultra Hybrid without the MagSafe. So here is that case. It does have a nice hard backing surrounded by a softer rubbery type material, and it's got these little stickers that you want to take out before you put your phone inside the case. So the case does feel nice in the hand, but again, it's got that smooth rubber feel. I'm not a big fan of that because I don't like accidentally dropping my phone. I like the case to have some sort of a texture or a grip to it, so you make sure that it stays in your hand. And a lot of these SPIGEN cases aren't like that. They have this smooth type of feel to them. I don't particularly like it. As far as the buttons, easily pressable, nice and clicky. You can see from the side that it does have a slight raised edge on the front of the screen. It also keeps your phone pretty slim. We've got our volume buttons on the side with our action button, cutouts on the bottom, power button on the side, along with our lanyard hole and a cutout for our camera button. And you can see how thick the case actually is from the side. On the back, got a nice clear case that shows off the color of your phone. It does have some grip to it when you run your finger over it. As far as fingerprints, it does seem to do a pretty good job at keeping down the fingerprints. And we have a raised edge around our camera lenses. Not a horrible case. Again, I don't like the way that these sides are so slick. That's my only real gripe with this case, is it's just slick, which, you know, it's going to make it easier for you to drop your phone, and why would anybody want that? I personally wouldn't. The back, again, it's nice and clear and it doesn't seem to show fingerprints. And the case also does work with regular wireless charging because it doesn't have MagSafe. And then here we have the SPIGEN Rugged Armor case. So here is the case itself. It is made of a softer kind of flexible material. It does have kind of like a rough type of texture on the back. We've got our carbon fiber inlays. On the inside, it also has MagSafe built in, and it's got those foam pieces kind of on the back of the case as well as in some of the corners to help with drop protection. Now, I've used the Rugged Armor case on quite a few of my phones, and it's been upgraded over the years to include MagSafe, especially with these little foam pieces, and this is definitely one of my more favorite cases, even though it is pretty simple. Goes in the phone nicely, feels good in the hand. It does have some grip to it. There's more aggressive texture on the side, so it doesn't feel slippery, and that's the way that they should do it with all of their cases. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. Again, it feels nice in the hand. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see there's more of a raised edge on the bottom and the top of the phone, which is definitely a plus. They should have done that with all the other cases as well. You can see it keeps the phone pretty slim. We also have that kind of serrated texture along with some rough texture on the side. Our separated volume buttons, our action button, cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button on the side that is kind of serrated, and we have that cutout for our camera. And you can see how much of an edge there is on the case before it hits your phone. Again, on the back, it's got kind of like that subtle rough texture with the smooth carbon fiber inlays, and it seems like we get a little bit more of a raised edge on the back of our phone. And then as far as the MagSafe, clips onto the back. And it starts to charge your phone. As far as the hold, it does seem to have a pretty good hold, maybe a little bit less than some of the other SPIGEN cases, but it's definitely strong enough to where the MagSafe accessory isn't going to just fall off your phone. It's on there pretty good. Definitely not a deal breaker for me. But to tell you the truth, this is probably my favorite SPIGEN case. There's a lot good going for it. Again, it feels good in the hand. It's got some rough texture, so it doesn't feel slippery. I like the way that it looks. It's very simple. It's got MagSafe built in. It also has some more of a raised edge on the front of the phone versus pretty much all of the other SPIGEN cases. And it keeps the phone pretty slim. So definitely recommend the SPIGEN Rugged Armor case. And here we have the UAG Plyo case. This has been drop tested up to 16 feet. So here is the case. Again, it's got MagSafe built in. It does have a very firm, hard backing surrounded by a softer, rubbery type material. Goes on the phone very nicely. Feels good in the hand. It doesn't feel grippy. It feels pretty smooth. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say slick, but it is definitely a smooth type feeling case. The buttons are very prominent on the edges, so you can very easily find them. They're nice and clicky, very easily pressable. Now, I don't have a tempered glass screen protector on my phone, so you can see exactly how much of a raised edge there is all the way around the front of your phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone, but looking at it from the side, you can see how thick this bottom cover is on the back. We've got our separated volume buttons here, our action button. There's also some extra reinforcements around the case as well. We have our lanyard hole in the bottom, our cutouts, another lanyard hole on the side. Here we have our power button and a cutout for our camera button. On the back, again, it's nice and clear. It does show just very slight, some fingerprints on the back. And we do have a raised edge around our cameras. Not a bad case. And if you happen to have a MagSafe accessory, like I've got this MagSafe power bank, clips onto the back really nicely and starts to charge your phone. It also does seem to have a pretty good hold as well, so your MagSafe accessory isn't just going to fall off your phone. Not a bad case. I do like the fact that it's not really squared. Some of the UAG cases are kind of boxy, but this one's more rounded off, which I actually like. And I really do like how prominent the buttons are on the sides. You can see how much they come off from the case. It just makes it that much easier to press in on the buttons and find them. I just kind of wish that it was a little bit more grippy. And this case also works with regular wireless charging as well. And here we have the UAG Civilian case. This does have MagSafe built in, and it's been drop tested up to 20 feet. And here is the case. On the back, it's got a nice firm hard plastic backing with a subtle rough type of texture on it, and it's surrounded by a softer rubbery type of material. On the inside, it does have this honeycomb type pattern on the inside. It's raised so you can feel it, and it is just kind of plastic. Fits the phone really well. Feels good in the hand. Again, it's not grippy, but it does kind of feel like smooth plastic. I do like the accents you can see in the corners here. That's pretty neat. The buttons are very easy to press. Very nice. You can see how much they actually come off the side of the case as well. I like that. Now if we take a look at it from the side, you can see there is a raised edge all the way around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk either. On the side here we have our volume buttons and our action button, our lanyard holes on each side of the bottom as well as our cutouts. We have our power button on the other side, our cutout for our camera button, and you can kind of see how much of a cushion you get between the case and the actual phone. Again, on the back, it's got a very subtle kind of rough texture, but it is just a hard plastic. And again, you can see the rubbery type material on the sides. And we also do have a slight raised edge around our camera lenses. Not a bad case. The only thing you have to worry about is on the harder plastic cases, they are kind of smooth. So if you happen to put your phone down on something that only goes up on the case in the middle here, kind of like a chair arm or something like that, it may, kind of slide off. But again, it's got MagSafe built in, so we got our MagSafe power bank, clips onto the back, and immediately starts to charge your phone. This also does seem to have a pretty good hold on your MagSafe accessory as well, so you don't have to worry about the accessory just falling off. And again, this also does work with regular wireless charging too. Definitely not a bad case. I'm just kind of not a big fan of the hard, smooth texture plastic on the back, because one time I did put my phone on a ottoman arm, which was made of a smooth wood, and my phone kind of just slid off and the screen got cracked on one of the elliptical machines that was behind the chair. So again, that's just something to keep in mind with these kind of hard plastic backed cases. And here we have the UAG Pathfinder case. This has been drop tested up to 18 feet. And here is the case. Now this case is a little bit more squared off than some of the other cases I've been reviewing. It looks really cool. It does have a hard plastic back with the MagSafe ring on the back here, surrounded by the softer rubbery type of material. Feels good in the hand. It's not slippery, but again, it's got that smooth kind of rubber type feel to it. The buttons again also come off the case a good bit, so you can very easily press them and find them on the phone. Very nice. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see it's got a raised edge around the front of the screen. We've got some texture on the side here to help with grip. We also have some reinforcements in the corners to help with drop protection. We have our volume buttons and our action button. We have our lanyard holes on each side as well as our cutouts. We have our power button with some texture on the side too. And we have that cutout for our camera button. Again, you can see how much of a thickness you get on the case versus the actual phone. On the back here, again, it's got that really cool looking kind of bubbly pattern. You don't feel that, it's just a smooth plastic. And then we have our MagSafe ring on the inside here. That is a different color. And we have a raised edge around our camera lenses. Really nice case. Let's check out that MagSafe. Clips onto the back really well, charges your phone. And again, it's got a nice strong hold, so you don't have to worry about the MagSafe accessory just falling off your phone. And again, this case does work with regular wireless charging. I definitely do like the way that this case looks. It's got a really nice look to it, and pretty much all the cases that UAG has different colors as well, in case you don't happen to have or like the gray and the grain. I think it looks pretty cool. Again, it does have a little bit more of a boxier type look to it, but definitely not a bad case, and you can very easily access your camera button. And then here we have the UAG Essential Armor case. This has been drop tested up to 15 feet. So here is the case. This is definitely a more flimsier case than some of the other ones we've been taking a look at, and it is surrounded by that softer rubbery type of material. We do have the MagSafe on the back, and this does have a very subtle kind of texture to it, but it would definitely be slippery if you put your phone down on something just as hard in the middle here. And we have that honeycomb pattern on the inside. So it does feel good in the hand. Again, it's made of like that smooth kind of rubbery type material. It's not slippery. The buttons, just like all the other cases, come off the case a good amount, so you can very easily press them and find them. This is a little bit more boxier case as well. We definitely some edge protection in the corners. We have a nice raised edge around the front of our screen. It also doesn't seem to add a lot of extra bulk to the phone. We've got our volume buttons on the side here with our action button. There doesn't seem to be any lanyard holes. There are cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button and our cutout for our camera button. And on the back, you can see kind of like that honeycomb pattern through the case. We've got our MagSafe ring, and we have a raised edge around our cameras. So let's test out the MagSafe. It's got a pretty good hold on the case, charges your phone immediately. And about the same hold as some of the other cases where you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off the case. And this also does work with regular wireless charging. Now again, just like the Civilian, because this is a smooth, hard back here, if you put your phone down on something that's kind of equally as hard, maybe just that touches the center of the case, your phone will most likely just slide off. So this is just something to keep in mind. But if you put it down, on your table or whatever, I mean, it does slide, but it's not going to just slide right off. Not a bad case. This is, I think, one of UAG's more simpler cases. Then here we have the UAG Metropolis LT case. This has been drop tested up to 18 feet. And it's got this really cool vegan leather pattern on the back. So here is the case. Again, it is kind of flexible. Doesn't really have such a hard backing, but it does have this kind of faux leather pattern on the back. Looks pretty cool. On the inside, you have that honeycomb pattern and our MagSafe ring. Fits the phone really well. Again, feels good in the hand. Feels pretty much just like the other cases. It's that smooth type of rubber. It's not really slick, but it is smooth. And the buttons, again, very easily pressable. They come off the phone a good amount, so you can very easily press them and find them. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it's got this nice raised edge around the front of the screen. Doesn't really make the phone really thick either, which is nice. We have our volume buttons on the side, our action button. We have lanyard holes on each side with our cutouts, our power button, and our cutout for our camera. And again, on the back, it's got kind of like this, I don't know, like this really small honeycomb texture type feel to it. You can feel all the little bumps on the back. I think it looks pretty cool. And we do have a raised edge around our cameras as well. And again, this does also have MagSafe built in. Charges your phone, no issues. And it seems to have about the same amount of grip as the other ones, maybe just ever so slightly less. But again, it's still holding your MagSafe accessory onto the case, so you don't have to worry about it just falling off your phone. And this also does work with the regular wireless charging as well. It's kind of a little bit smushy in the back, but you really can't feel it unless you like really press on it. It's a cool looking case, definitely. Not too bad. Again, just like with all these UAG cases, I just wish they were a little bit more grippy and not as smooth feeling. Maybe some more texture on the side. And then here we have the UAG Plasma XTE case. It's been military grade drop tested up to 20 feet, and it's also got a built-in kickstand. So here is the case. Pretty cool looking. It's got a kind of like a smoked back, so you can still see the color of your phone, but it's a little bit tinted. We also do have this kickstand on the back. I can't tell if it's metal. I mean, it kind of feels like it is. It doesn't seem too flimsy, but again, I can't tell if it's just a thin metal or if it's actually plastic. But it does seem to stay in place no matter where you put it, so that's definitely a plus. So it's got that hard plastic backing surrounded by the firmer rubbery type of material. So there is the case. This one is still like a smooth type of rubber. It's not really grippy, but because these buttons and things kind of stick out, it gives your fingers something to grab onto the case. We also have some more aggressive edge protection. The buttons are very easily pressable. They come off the phone a good amount again. Nice and easy to find. If we look at it from the side, you can see it does add a little bit of extra bulk to your phone, but we still have a raised edge around the front of the screen. On the side here, we have our volume buttons and our action button. It feels like these buttons come up a little bit more than some of the other UAG cases. I don't know if that's actually the case, it's just that's how they feel. We have no lanyard holes on the bottom, but we do have our cutouts. We have our power button and our cutout for our camera button. You can see how much cushion there is between the case and the actual phone. On the back, again, kind of shows off the color of your phone and that smoke look. We've got the kickstand on the back that allows you to use your phone in a portrait or even a landscape. And it simply folds right back into the case pretty flush. And we also do have a raised edge around our cameras as well. Not a bad looking case. Let's see what happens when we put our MagSafe back. Charges the phone, no problem. And it also, oh, actually it fell off. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so this does seem to maybe have less of a hold than the other MagSafe on the cases, because this little kickstand does kind of come off the phone when you pull away your MagSafe accessory, which maybe doesn't give it as strong of a hold. So it does seem to be a little bit of a trade-off. Do you want a kickstand or do you just want the MagSafe? So this case definitely seems to have less of a hold on your MagSafe accessory, so that's something to keep in mind. And this also does work with regular wireless charging as well. I do like the kickstand, but I also do like a really strong magnetic hold on my case. So I don't know, for me, I think that is a big deal for me. But what do you guys think? Do you care about how strong your MagSafe is held on the case? Let me know in the comments. But definitely not a bad looking case. And then here we have the UAG Monarch Pro. This has been drop tested up to 25 feet. And here is the case. It does have a strong, firm hard back. It does not flex at all. We've got a MagSafe ring, and it's also got some carbon fiber inlay, it looks like, around the MagSafe ring. It's also surrounded by the kind of softer rubbery type material, and we have that honeycomb pattern on the inside. Again, feels just like every other UAG case. It feels good in the hand, but it does have that smooth kind of rubbery feel to it. The buttons are also very easily pressable. Now, these buttons I know for a fact do not come off the phone the same way as the Plasma XTE did. They're just slightly less prominent. But they still come off the case very enough to where you can feel where the buttons are, and they press in very easily as well. If we take a look at from the side, you can see it's got a nice raised edge around the front of the screen. On the side, we have that honeycomb pattern to help a little bit with grip. It doesn't really achieve that very much though. We have our volume buttons and our action button. We've got our lanyard holes on each side, our cutouts on the bottom. We have that same honeycomb pattern on this side with our power button and a cutout for our camera. On the back, again, it's got this hard plastic material for the MagSafe with the carbon fiber inlay. This does also come in different colors. It's got kind of like these screws that are silver, kind of make it stand out. And it's also got a raised edge around our cameras as well. Now this case does add some extra bulk to the phone too. You can see how kind of blocky it is. But I think it looks pretty cool. Let's test out our MagSafe. Seems to have a pretty good strong hold. Charges your phone without issue. And again, you don't have to worry about the MagSafe accessory just falling off. This does have a nice strong hold on the case. I like it. And this case also does work with regular wireless charging as well. So here we have a full leather case made by MUJJO. This does have MagSafe built in, and it's got a slim design. So here is the case itself. It's got a really nice firm back along with the sides. On the inside of the case, it's got kind of like this softer fibrous material. You can see the MagSafe ring on the inside here. We also have some really nice metal buttons on the side as well. And it smells like real leather. So let's put our phone inside the case here. Fits the phone really well. It doesn't feel like the case is just going to fall off like some of the other cases I've reviewed in the past. It does feel good in the hand. It's not grippy. It's got a smooth type of feel to it because, again, it is leather. Buttons on the side, nice and clicky, very easily pressable. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it's got a nice raised edge around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of bulk either. We've got those separated volume buttons and the action button on the side. Absolutely love that. Very clean design. We've got our cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button on the side and a cutout for our camera button. You can kind of see from the side here how much of the case you actually get before it touches the phone. And on the back here, again, it's all leather. It's nice and smooth feeling, very soft. And it looks like we also have a metal ring for camera protection on the back. Very nice case. Let's check out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back, and it starts to charge your phone immediately. Now, as far as the hold, It seems to have a pretty good hold on the case as well, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off. It's on there pretty good. Not bad at all. And if you don't happen to have a MagSafe power bank or a charger, you can also use this with regular wireless charging as well. I also really love the fact that you don't see any fingerprints on the leather, which is really nice. Now, one other thing, I do not have a tempered glass screen protector on the front of this phone, so you can see how much of a raised edge you get without that. That is a pretty nice case. Now, the sides, like I mentioned before, are pretty smooth. They might be a little like on the verge of being slippery. So this if you don't like slippery cases, this case may not be for you. But it does feel good in the hand, and I do like the buttons. And again, it is an all leather design, except for the metal ring around the camera and the metal buttons, which is a nice touch. Feels like a very premium case. And it's also not going to just come right off your phone. Like, you really have to press on it to even start to get the case off. See if we can easily access our camera. Yeah, not a problem there. And then if you want to kind of get your finger down there to access that button, you can do that as well. Now, another thing about the camera button here is there is a little kind of raised edge above the camera. So when you're pushing your finger in here, because of that, you will have to press your finger in there a little bit more than maybe normal, because it does come up a little bit above that button, and it makes it a little hard to kind of access the touch. But you can still do it. It's just going to take a little bit more effort than normal. And then here we have the MUJJO Shield case. And here's the case. So it's a little bit more bulky than the leather case, not by much, but again, you are getting that 15-foot drop protection. On the inside, it's got a nice soft kind of a suede type material, and we also have that MagSafe ring on the inside. On the back, we have a leather piece on the back of the case, but the whole case is not covered in leather. The sides and the front here are actually like a firm rubbery type of material, and it seems like the camera cover is plastic too, as well as the side buttons. So the only portion of the case that's going to be leather is the actual back of the case itself. So we'll put our phone inside the case. So it fits the case very well. Now it does feel good in the hand, and it feels smooth as far as the sides goes, but because the sides have this groove in it, it gives your fingers some place to kind of rest and to hold onto the phone a little better, if that makes sense. So it's still a smooth plastic, but because your fingers have some place to go, it kind of gives you a little better grip on the case, even though the case is not grippy. So the buttons on the side are separated from the case itself. They're very clicky, very easily pressable. I absolutely love it. They stick out from the case a little bit more because of the little groove. Makes them very easy to press. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it does have a raised edge around the front of the screen. On the side here, we have our lanyard hole and those separated volume buttons and the action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button on the side here, our camera button, and another lanyard hole. On the back, again, it's got that nice leather feel to it. Doesn't show any fingerprints. And we have a slight raised edge around our camera lenses. Pretty nice case. It also does have MagSafe built in, so let's test that out. Clips onto the back, charges your phone immediately. And it does have a decent hold. I don't think it's as much of a hold as the leather case, but it still seems to be strong enough to actually kind of hold your MagSafe accessory onto the back of the phone. But if you try this hard enough, it will probably fall off. And this also does work with regular wireless charging as well. Now, as far as the little groove here for your camera, you can easily access with your finger to open it up. And let's see how easy we can get to that button here. So it does seem like we can access that button fairly easily. It seems like the groove goes a little bit deeper than the one on the leather, so you can access the button a little bit easier. You still have to press in a little bit more than you would normally to access the functions, but it does seem to work pretty good. So definitely not a bad case, especially if you want a mix of the leather and the traditional, you know, TPU type cases, and especially this one can withstand a 15-foot drop. Definitely not a bad case at all. Again, the only thing is the MagSafe on the back isn't as strong as I would like it to be, but it still does seem to hold your accessory in place as long as you're not, you know, throwing your phone around. And I absolutely love these buttons on the side. They're very easy to press, and you can find them very easy as well. And then here we have the DBRAND Grip case. So first off, my case did come with a microfiber cloth in this little wrapper here. And then it comes in this box that's kind of magnetically held together. Looks pretty nice, very nice presentation. Opens up just like that. And it does look like we also get a skin for the back of our phone and kind of around our cameras as well. Here is the case. Case does look pretty nice, feels nice in the hand so far. It's got a lot of grip all the way around the case, which I absolutely love. On the back, it does have a nice plastic cover, and on the inside of the case, it does have kind of like a microfiber material. So DBRAND suggests cleaning off the back of your phone with the microfiber cloth and then installing it inside the case. So there's really nothing special about this cloth. It kind of feels like a cheap cloth that I would get on some phone case that I would buy from Amazon. So nothing really to write about there, but it does clean off the phone. So I'll put our phone inside the case here. This case has also been military grade drop tested. Feels really nice in the hand, nice and grippy. It's got these little micro texturing on the sides of the case to really give it a nice grip. It's not slippery at all. As far as the buttons on the sides, not too bad. They're not the easiest buttons to press, but they do the job. The action button is definitely a little bit harder to press in than some of the other cases that I've tested out. So let's take a look at the case from the side. Now, as you can see, it's got a higher raised edge in the bottom and the top of the case, and that's made by design. So when you're swiping left and right, the piece of the case that's the lowest is right where you're going to be swiping. So that's definitely a plus. I would rather prefer the edges to be on the top and the bottom of the case. Now, I also do have a tempered glass screen protector on my phone as well, so this will give you some idea of how much of a raised edge you still get even with the tempered glass. It's got kind of like a weird design on the back. As you can see, it's thick and then it gets kind of thinner towards the bottom here, which is kind of weird looking. But it doesn't add much extra bulk to this portion, but a little bit more towards the top there. And then as you can see, our textured volume buttons and action button on the side. The buttons here, I would really have liked to have seen them separate from the case to make them much easier to press, but these buttons are actually molded from the case itself. We've got these kind of, it's not even a texture, it's just, they're a smooth kind of portion of the case. The grip is on the portion that's not shiny. On the bottom here, we've got our cutouts. On the other side, we've got our power button, and we also have this little cutout for our camera button, which we also will test out in just a minute. On the back here, you can see it's got a very smooth kind of plastic back. It's very slick. So if you were to put your phone down on something that was just kind of taking up the middle portion of this case, it might slide off if there was any sort of a slope or an angle to it. And it's also got a very slight raised edge for our cameras. I would also like to see a little higher raised edge for the camera protection too. Does not look like a bad case, and again, those little micro dots on the back you can feel. It definitely gives the case some grip, which I absolutely love, and it's all the way around the case. It's not just kind of on the bottom or the sides, it's all the way around, which I like as well. Now this case also does have MagSafe built in, so let's test out that. Got our MagSafe power bank, charges the phone, let's see how strong it is. And it's got a pretty good strong hold on the back as well, so I don't think you're gonna have to worry about your MagSafe accessory pretty much ever falling off the phone. It's on there, it seems to be on there pretty good. So that's definitely a plus as well. Now the one thing about the back case is it being a hard plastic, it does look like it can get very easily kind of scratched up, as you can see just by using the MagSafe power bank. We've already got some scratches on the back, which definitely isn't good. They should have made this more of like a little bit of a textury type material, maybe like what you have on the sides of the case. So your case might get easily scratched up on the back. You can see all those scratches already. See if we can wipe them off. And they don't wipe off, they're still there. So definitely a downside to the back of the case. It seems like it can get scratched up fairly easily. Let's put the phone on its back here. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do a lot of gripping even when you put the phone on its back here. You got those sides, just kind of slides just like a regular phone would. It's not. It doesn't seem super slippery. It seems like a very slight bit of grip, but it's definitely not super grippy. So now let's test out our camera button. So there is a little edge here that you kind of have to get your finger over to press in that button, which makes it a little bit harder because you have to actually get your finger inside that hole instead of just kind of pressing like you would normally. Like you really have to press to get that camera to open up. They should have probably made this little bump back here a little bit less so your finger could really easily fit into that little indentation. Let's see how easily it is to access the touch gestures. So it seems like it works pretty good for the touch. Double click. This also has the little micro dots around it as well for grip. And it does seem to be working pretty well. Can't really complain there. Just maybe a little bit less deep, more shallow, and I think it would be pretty good. But it does seem to be working perfectly fine. And the buttons on the side of the phone are also kind of small. It would have been a little nicer for them to actually make the buttons a little bit bigger. Maybe stick out from the case just a titch more, but I think making the buttons a little bit bigger would have been nicer as well. And then if we look at the phone from the camera indentation here, you can kind of get an idea of how much material we have on the case before it actually gets to your phone. So now what are my thoughts about the DBRAND grip case? Well, for $60, I think this case isn't as good as it should be. I think maybe 45-ish price range would be definitely a good price for this case. It's really not anything special. There are some cases that are actually about the same price or a little cheaper that I think are probably better than the DBRAND case. Grip is really nice. I really do like the little micro texture around the cases. Again, I would like to see these buttons, maybe floating buttons, not part of the case themselves, and actually maybe a little bit bigger. That would definitely be a plus as well. As for the raised edge around the front, it might be adequate for a phone that does have a screen protector on it. I would like to see just maybe a little bit more of that as well. And I think the worst part of this phone is probably the back plastic portion that, as you can see, scratches fairly easily. I just took this case out of the box while doing this review, and the case is already scratched up only by using the MagSafe power bank. So just imagine what this is going to look like on a day-to-day use. I most definitely would not buy this case again. I pretty much just got this for you guys so you know exactly what you're getting into when you go to buy one of these DBRAND Grip cases. Here is the VRS Design Orb Wallet case. It does have a built-in wallet that you can simply access by sliding that down. And it's also got a kickstand built into the back. The wallet and the kickstand are both plastic, and the case for the actual phone is made from a flexible type TPU material. And on the inside, you can see your cards. Let's put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone really well. Feels good in the hand. It's not grippy, but it's not slippery either. It just has a smooth plastic type feel to it. The buttons on their side are pretty unique as well. It's got a round kind of button for your action button, but it's easy to press these buttons. No problems. And then you can access your action button from the top here. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a raised edge around the screen of the phone. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on the front of my phone either. On the side here, you can see the lanyard hole, your volume button, which is just one big button, and then that action button, which is rounded off. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button on the side that does have like a little groove in it. We've got the cutout for our camera button and another lanyard hole. And on the back, again, shows off your wallet that you can easily kind of slide down with one hand. And I believe you can probably fit up to maybe 2 or 3 cards in here. Let's see. So there's 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards, 4 cards, and that is it. It comes right up to the top, and then you can easily close it. So 4 flat cards you can fit in here. If the cards have embossment on them, it's probably only going to be like maybe 2 or 3. But it does happen to be like a little fidget spinner you can kind of just sit here and play with. I know I would definitely do that. It's pretty cool. And then if you want to access your cards, you can kind of get in here and take out all 4 if you want. The only thing is, if you want to get to the bottom card, you will have to take out, all 4 cards to access it, but they're very easy to get to. We also have that plastic kickstand on the back, so you can put your phone in a portrait mode or lay it down in a landscape. Clips right back into place. And then we have a raised edge around our camera lenses as well. It's pretty prominent too, which is nice. Well, not a bad case, but you can see that the extra wallet here does add a little bit more bulk to your phone. But again, you are getting the wallet as well as the kickstand. So maybe you don't have to carry around your wallet. You can just carry around your ID, a couple credit cards, whatever, right in the case, and that's all you need to bring with you. Now, the one thing about having such a thick case is it probably won't work with wireless charging. So let's test that out. Yeah, so if you want to charge your phone, you will need to plug it in. You're not going to be able to use wireless charging with this case. But I do like the the flip open wallet. Again, I like to just kind of like flick it open, and it's just pretty cool. And then here we have the VRS Design Glide Pro case. This one is also a wallet case. It doesn't have a kickstand. It just has that built-in wallet where you can easily kind of slide it open with one hand, close it up. Pretty cool. So the back portion here is a plastic, and the case again is made of like a flexible type TPU material. The yellow portion here is a solid plastic. Put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone really well. Feels good in the hand. This case does have a little bit grip to it because of these serrations on the side, but the case itself is like a smooth plastic, but because of the texture on the side, it does give it a little bit more grip. As far as the buttons goes, buttons are very easy to press. They don't stick out from the case very far, so you might have some problems finding it in your pocket or something like that. And there's no button for your action button. You actually have to kind of like press your thumb inside the little hole here. It can be done, but it will take a little bit more effort to get to because it is recessed into the case. So if we look at the phone from the side, you can see it does have a raised edge around the front screen. We've got our kind of texture on the side with a lanyard hole, our one-piece volume button, and just a cutout for your action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button and our camera button on the side here. On the back, we've got our wallet holder, which is pretty nice, works really well. But we don't have really a raised edge around our cameras. But if you happen to put your phone on its back, it's going to hit this big bump instead of your camera. So I really wouldn't worry too much about that. So let's put some cards into our holder here. I think it'll probably hold about 4, just like the other one did. 2, 3, 4. Let's go for 5. 5. Okay, so this card holder will hold 5 cards, and it still easily just kind of slides open and closes with one finger. And then if you want to get the cards out, you just kind of got to lift up and then take the card out. But again, if you want to access the bottom card, you have to take out all of your cards if you need it. Pretty nice design. This portion here does look like it is metal. Pretty neat. And you can see how much thickness it actually adds to your phone. Now, as far as the camera button, you can access it easily with one of your fingers while you're holding the phone. But if you want to access the touch, you can kind of press in there and kind of get in to the button. There's a little bit of a raised edge that you kind of have to press your finger into. So you're going to need to put a little bit of force into it to get your finger in there, but it doesn't seem to affect it that much. I like these Glide Pros because you can easily open and close this wallet with just one of your fingers, and it is kind of like a fidget toy too. And then here we have the VRS Design Glide Ultimate case. As you can see, it still does have that wallet holder in the back. It's got a really cool texture on the door, and this case also has a camera cover as well that doubles as a kickstand. It also comes with this little lanyard on the bottom here that has a little clip, and on the inside again you can see your cards. Let's put our phone inside the case. Goes in the phone really well, feels good in the hand. Again, it's got these nice kind of textures on the side to help with grip, which I like. As far as the buttons, you can very easily access all the buttons. Nice and clicky, very easily pressable. Very nice. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that there is more of a raised edge in the corners of this case, and it still has a raised edge all the way around the screen. So there's more kind of protection with this case. You can also see the kind of texture and serration on the side to help with grip. We've got that one button for our volume button, nice big action button. On the bottom, you can see these little holes for the little clip that comes with it, our cutouts. The other side, we have our power button, the serrations, and our camera button. On the back, again, it's got the wallet. We can also cover our cameras. The only thing with this is the little holder does not totally fold all the way back, so you will have to keep your cameras covered at all times. But again, this also does act like a little kickstand, so you can have your phone kind of stand up in a landscape mode, or even in kind of like an upside down portrait mode, or even like a regular portrait mode laying down as well. So there's a couple different ways you can use this. The door is made of plastic, just in case you're wondering, and it looks like these pieces here seem to be metal, which is nice. So let's put some cards inside of our holder here. We'll see how many it can hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'd say about 5. That's it. 5 flat cards will fit into the card holder, and you can easily slide it back with one finger. pop it open, slide it closed. Tell me that you wouldn't be playing with this if you bought this case like all day. It works really well. It's like an assisted open and an assist close. It just works really well. Now this case is a little bit more bulky than others, but it does offer you some more protection as well as an extra function with the camera cover, kickstand, and then you've got your cool little wallet holder on the back. Really nice. Now let's test out our camera button here. So you can easily access that camera button with your one finger when you're holding your phone. And then if you want to access the touch controls, you can do that very easily because this cutout doesn't seem to really come up over the button. So you can easily access your touch controls here. Very nice. And you can also take this little clip off if you don't want it here. It's just, I put it on so you guys can see that that's what you get with it. And then here we have the VRS Design Origin case. Now this case is kind of like the Glide Ultimate, but the wallet kind of pushes down instead of off to the side. It's also got a kickstand on the back as well as a camera cover on top. So it's got the best of all three cases. The back cover is made of like a plastic with these parts, and then the actual case itself is made from a flexible type TPU material, and the orange is on the inside is part of the wallet, which is also plastic. So it fits the phone really well, feels good in the hand, just like some of the other cases. This has some extra texture on the side to help with grip. Buttons, very easily pressable, nice and clicky. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it's got a nice raised edge around the front of the screen. We've got our texture on the side, a large lanyard hole, our single volume button, our action button, which is oversized. I like that. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button on the side along with our camera cutout. On the back, again, looks very robotic, like industrial looking. I think it looks pretty cool. You can access your wallet just by sliding that down. Let's see how many cards we can put in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cards. And then you can just slide it right back up. I love how easy that is. So now maybe because this holds 4 cards, you don't have to take your wallet or your purse with you. You just carry this one case. Again, this also does have a built-in dedicated kickstand, so you can have your phone stand up in a portrait mode or landscape to watch some YouTube. Clips right back down into place, and this also has a plastic cover that covers your cameras, and this can also act like a somewhat kickstand as well. The only thing is, again, this won't fold all the way back, so you're going to have to keep this closed pretty much at all times. I think that looks pretty cool. And the wallet holder just works really well. Very nice case. So again, if you're looking for all 3 things, the wallet, the kickstand, the camera cover, then the Origin case is definitely one I would take a look at. Now let's check out our camera button. So you can easily access your camera button with the one finger here. Let's see how easy it is to access our touch. And no problems there either. Seems to work out really well. Your finger kind of just sits right in the groove where you need to press down on the button. And here we have a clear grip case by Totally. So here is the case itself. It is pretty light and it is really thin. It's very flexible. It doesn't have any hard pieces on this case whatsoever, and it is nice and clear. So let's put our phone inside the case. Feels nice in the hand. It's not really grippy, but it's not slick. It's just kind of like a smooth rubber type feel to it, but it's also super thin. I mean, it's about as thin as the phone is. It only has a slight thickness to it. So if you want to keep your phone nice and thin, but still, put a case on it to add some protection, this is a pretty nice case. Buttons on the side are not really clicky. they are kind of mushy, but because the case is, it's all thin, there's no like rigid edges or parts on the case. The buttons aren't going to be super clicky, but they do seem to work. The action button is a little bit harder to press in. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see how thin it is. There's also a slight raised edge around the front of your screen. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on the front of my phone either. We have our separated volume buttons on the side, our action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button and our camera button cut out. You can see how thick that edge is versus the actual portion of the phone. On the back, shows off the color of your phone. It does pick up some fingerprints on the back, but that's pretty much with any clear case. You can fairly easily just wipe those away. Looks really nice. It almost looks like the phone doesn't have a case on it. And we do have a slight raised edge around our cameras. So even though this case doesn't have a MagSafe adapter on the back, you can still very easily use it with a wireless charger. And I also do have a version of this case coming up that does have MagSafe, so you guys can see that as well. Not a bad case. I just kind of wish that maybe these buttons were a little bit more rigid so it wouldn't be as mushy feeling when you push in on the buttons. That's my really only gripe with this case. The action button is a little bit harder to press. I mean, you really gotta kind of get your finger on there and press it in. But all the other buttons do seem to work. It's just they're just not clicky. They're kind of mushy. And here we have another clear grip case by Totally. So this case is a little bit thicker than the other clear grip case, and it's also got a firm back with MagSafe built in, and the buttons are actually separate from the case as well, and they're accented in a silver. I think it looks pretty good, and the case is surrounded by a firm rubbery type material. Now this does also have a kind of plastic cover that you need to peel off on the back once you get your phone in. So we'll do that now. So this case does have some grip to it, and the buttons are nice and clicky. They're very easily pressable, which I like. This case is definitely nicer than the other case that I just reviewed. It is just ever so slightly thicker though. It's not as thin. You can see that thick plate on the back does add just a tiny bit of thickness to the phone, but it's not bad at all. The phone is still really thin. I do like this case better. The buttons feel so much better. They're very easily pressable, nice and clicky. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. We've got our accented silver buttons that are separate on the side, our action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button on the side with our cutout for our camera button, and you can kind of see how much thickness of the case adds to the actual phone. On the back here, again, it's nice and clear. We can pull off that protector. Shows off the color of your phone really nicely, and it's got that MagSafe ring on the back. As far as fingerprints, does seem to do a better job at rejecting fingerprints as well. It's nice and it's got a grip on the back too, and it's also got a raised edge to protect our cameras. Very nice case. Let's check out our MagSafe. Got a MagSafe power bank here. Clips onto the back. Starts to charge your phone. And it does seem to have a fairly decent hold on the back of the case as well. I think it should be strong enough for this case. And this also does work with regular wireless charging as well. So if I were to go with one of the clear cases, I'll take the extra bit of thickness for the grip and the buttons that feel really good. So if you're looking for the totally clear case, my choice would definitely be this clear case, even with the MagSafe. And then here is another case by Totally. This is their super thin case. So just like the name says, this case is super thin. It's like feather light, but unlike some of the other minimalist cases, this is actually a full case. It covers all the normal portions that a regular case would. It's just super thin. It's flexible, just made of all the same materials. There's no rubber on here. Goes in the phone really easily. Now this case, it might be slick. It's like, if it's not super slick, it's on the verge of being too slick. It does have a smooth feel to it, but it might be right on the edge of too slick for most people. But as you can see, the case is super thin. The phone is pretty much as thin as it was when the case wasn't even on it. It does feel good in the hand, but again, it's got a slick feel, which I'm not really a fan of. But as far as the buttons, nice and clicky, very easily pressable, no problems there. If we look at it from the side, you can see it's got a very slight raised edge around the front of the screen. We've got our separated volume buttons on the side with our action button. We've got our cutouts on the bottom, our power button, and our camera cutout on the side. On the back, it's got kind of like a very subtle texture to it. Feels nice and smooth. And it's also got a raised edge for our cameras as well, very slight. I do like this case. The only thing that I think they could have added to this is maybe a little bit of grip just to make it not as slick. But I like how thin it is, and I like that it actually covers the whole phone. And this also does work with regular wireless charging, but it doesn't have any magnets built in. Again, this is their super thin case, and it's super thin. So if I had one suggestion, just maybe add some grip somewhere to this case to make it less slick. Here we have ESR's hybrid case. So here is the case itself. It's just a very simple, clear case. It's got MagSafe built in. It's got a fairly hard backing surrounded by a firmer, rubbery type of material. Feels good in the hand. It does have a little bit of grip to it. As far as the buttons goes, nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. I also do not have a tempered glass screen protector on here, so it'll give you a good idea of how much raised edge you get without a screen protector. It also seems to keep the phone fairly slim. There's just a slight thickness to the back of the phone. You also have these little airbags in the corners for some drop protection. We've got our separated volume buttons and our action button. We've got, looks like a lanyard hole, maybe not, no. It's got just these little bumpers in the corners, again for drop protection. We have our cutouts on the bottom, power button on the other side, and a cutout for our camera button. And you can see how much thickness we get on the sides of the case. On the back, shows off the color of your phone. As far as fingerprints, does seem to do a pretty good job at fingerprint rejection. I also believe there's some anti-yellowing to help keep the yellowing effect down of the case over time. We've got our MagSafe ring on the back, and we've got a slight raised edge to protect our cameras. So let's check out that MagSafe. I've got a MagSafe power bank here. Clips onto the back, charges your phone immediately, and it's also got a pretty good hold on the back of this case. You definitely don't have to worry about your phone just coming off of the MagSafe accessory. It's on there pretty good. That's definitely a plus. So it definitely doesn't seem like a bad case. Again, it's just a very simple, clear case with MagSafe built in. That's been military grade drop tested. And here we have ESR's hybrid case with stash stand. Here is the case itself. As you can see, it's got a nice frosted backing that is nice and smooth, so it keeps down those fingerprints. We've got MagSafe built in. It's got a metal camera ring that doubles as a kickstand, and I'll show you that in just a second. And it's surrounded by a softer rubber edge. The back is also nice and firm. Put our phone inside the case here. Feels pretty good in the hand. This case is not grippy. It does have a smooth plastic type feel, which I wish they would have put some grip on the sides to help it, be a little bit more grippy in your hands. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. They also kind of protrude a little bit out from the case, so you can find them a little easier. On the side, you can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. We also have those little extra bubbles in the corners for some drop protection. We've got our power volume buttons on the side with our action button, cutouts on the bottom, power button on the other side, along with that camera cutout, and we have a lanyard hole here. You can see how much there is of the case before it gets to your phone. On the back again, it's got that frosted look to help keep fingerprints down, and it shows off the color of your phone. Looks pretty cool. And again, we do have that metal ring around our cameras. It's got a nice edge, and this also acts as a little kickstand. So cool. I absolutely love that ESR has this on their cases. You can kind of angle it down in multiple angles. You can also have your phone laid down in kind of a portrait mode or stand up upside down. And then it just folds right back into the case. There's no extra bumps, nothing like that. It just looks like all the other camera rings on the phones, but it doubles as a kickstand, and I absolutely love that. Looks really cool. Let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back of the phone, charges immediately, and it's also got a nice strong hold again for your MagSafe accessory. You don't have to worry about the phone again just falling off. It's got a nice strong hold. My wife has actually been using one of these cases for the past couple of years now for her phones, and she absolutely loves it. And I absolutely love the fact that they have this metal ring to protect your cameras that doubles as a kickstand. It's kind of a no-brainer because it doesn't add any extra bulk to the phone. The only gripe I have with this case is how smooth the sides are. I kind of wish there was some texture there to help with grip. Then here we have the ESR Flickstand case. So here is the case. It is pretty light. It's got a hard backing to it. We do have a metal kickstand that is in the upright position versus the horizontal, which you typically see. It's got MagSafe built in with that frosted look to keep down the fingerprints, and it's surrounded by a firmer rubbery type of material. Feels nice in the hand. Again, it's not grippy. It's got kind of like that smooth rubbery type feel to it. As far as the buttons goes, easily pressable, nice and clicky. They also protrude out from the case just enough. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see that it's got more of a raised edge kind of in the corners, and it also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone. We do have those little nubs in the corners for some extra drop protection. We've got our volume button and our action button, cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button, our cutout for our camera button, a lanyard hole. You can see how thick the edge of the case is. On the back again, it's got that nice smooth backing that does show off the color of your phone but keeps down the fingerprints. And we have a metal kickstand on the bottom here. Just kind of flips up like that. It is fairly solid, and it does seem to stay in pretty much any orientation you're going to put it. So you can use your phone in a portrait or a landscape mode, either way. And then it just kind of folds right back into the case, flush, which I like. You can see it's got a slight raised edge in the corners here. And we also do have a slight raised edge around our camera lenses as well. Very cool. Let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back, charges immediately, and it's got a pretty good hold. I think it's about the same as the other cases as well. Again, you don't have to worry about your phone just falling off the MagSafe accessory. It's on there pretty good, or at least enough to hold the accessory in place. So not too bad. Not really sure how I feel about this kickstand being in the vertical. I kind of prefer the one that goes across the phone. It's just something a little different, I guess. But at least it's metal. The only thing, again, that I have to gripe about this case is the lack of grip. I really don't like the smooth, borderline slickness of the case. I kind of wish that there was some texture or something on the side, but other than that, not a bad case. Then here we have the ESR Tough Case with stash stand. This is 7 times exceeding military grade protection. So here is the case itself. Now, the one thing about this case that I already don't really care for is the fact that it is a 2-piece design. So it's got this softer rubbery type core surrounded by this harder kind of plastic. And the one thing that typically happens with these kind of cases over time is the part that is not covered by plastic kind of tends to wear out, and then it kind of flares out or bows out, and it doesn't hold up over time, and it looks really bad. So that's just one thing to keep in mind about these types of cases, but they are protective. So you don't need to take it apart to put your phone inside the case. I just need to fix this little cover here. On the inside, it does have kind of like this foam, very thin foam type material to help with drops. So let's put our phone inside the case. So the phone does look and feel pretty protective. It's also got some grip to it, so that's definitely a plus. As far as the buttons goes, nice and clicky, easily pressable, feels good in the hand. It is a little bit more bulkier than some of the other cases that ESR sells, but you're also getting, again, that 7 times military grade drop protection. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that these corners are definitely reinforced with that kind of rubbery type material. We also do have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. On the bottom here, it's just that hard plastic with this kind of smooth texture to it. We have our rubbery buttons on the side. On the bottom, we have our cutouts that seem like they are covered. You can see like a little screen over the mic and the speaker, and our charging port is also covered as well. I'll play some sound so we can kind of hear what that sounds like. On the other side, we have our power button. We have our cutout for our camera button, and you can see how thick the side of the case is. On the back, it's just that very hard plastic that has a slight rough texture to it. We've got MagSafe built in, and this has the metal ring around our cameras that does act like a kickstand. You can see how much of a raised edge we get. It seems like with the stash stand, we get more of a raised edge than some of the other ESR cases. So you can open this up. You can use your phone in kind of a landscape mode, or a laying down portrait, or an upside down portrait mode. And then it just kind of folds right back into the case. So let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back, charges immediately. And it does seem to have a pretty good strong hold on the back of the case as well, just like all the other ESR cases. So you don't have to worry about it falling off. Yeah, it's got a pretty good hold. So now let's play some sound to see if this kind of muffles it any.
Along with this, that people are just cool with this. You know, it's so crazy to me. We've got new listings popping up all.
What makes it so much better?
So it's still pretty loud. I don't think it muffles the sound any. I could hear everything very clearly. I think these are just there so it can keep out dust and things like that, which is definitely a plus. So this does seem like a very nice case, other than the thing that I told you about before, where these 2-piece designs, you can see that they're not, super firm in, these corners here, which over time might start to bow out, and then you're going to have a case that kind of looks like this. That's what I've seen with some of the other similar non-ESR cases. But again, just something to think about. This case will protect your phone, and I absolutely love the fact that it's got the metal ring for the kickstand. And then here we have ESR's Tough Case. So this case is one of ESR's more protective cases. It covers your phone 360 degrees. It comes with a built-in tempered glass screen protector, as well as some camera protectors for the rear of your phone that do work perfectly fine with this case. So if you're looking for 360 degree protection, this definitely might be the case for you. Now the case does have kind of like a two-piece design where it's got this inner cover that you take out of the outer portion of the case, and you can do that by pushing back this case in the bottom here. You can see how you can pull out the inner portion just like that. We've got our wipes and our camera covers inside the little packet. So before we put on the case, you're going to want to put on the camera covers. So we're going to clean off the rear cameras first. So use one of the included alcohol wipes to clean off your cameras and around the lenses. Then we'll dry that off. Then take your camera covers and make sure you put it in the orientation of your cameras. You'll notice these two little outlines right here. That goes for the sensor and the LED, so you want it in this orientation. We're going to peel off the back cover, then just place this over your cameras, and then just press them into place. Then just lift up on the guide. And you're all set. So once that's done, we need to clean off the screen of our phone because you don't want anything trapped underneath inside your case. And we'll wipe that off, or dry it off rather. Once your phone's all dried off, we're going to take that inner core. We're going to peel off the number 2 here, making sure you don't touch the inside. And then make sure that the little camera button goes onto the side with the button on the phone. We're going to place that down first over the phone and then just press the rest over the top of your phone just like that. And then we'll take this whole thing and we're going to press it back into the rest of the case. Actually put in the camera button portion first, kind of like that. And then you can press in the rest of the phone. Then once you have that down, you can remove the number 1. And you are all set. The case feels good in the hand. Again, there's no grip to this case. There's nothing on here to help with grip. It just has that smooth type of rubbery feel. But as you can see, it's got a tempered glass screen protector. It also's got these little micro dots all around the screen to help with a rainbow effect, and I'll show you that in just a minute. It is a full coverage screen protector, so it does cover your cameras and sensors on the top. If we take a look at the case from the side, you can see it's got a nice raised edge around the front of the phone, and we also have that tempered glass screen protector built in. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. We've got our volume buttons on the side with our action button. We've got some cutouts on the bottom. You can kind of see the extra reinforcements in the corners. It also has those kind of built-in speaker grills and mic grills. We have our power button on the other side, our cutout for our camera button, and you can see how thick the case is on the sides. On the back, it's got that nice matte look to show off the color of your phone, but keep down those fingerprints, which I absolutely love. We've got our MagSafe. Our camera covers fit perfectly inside this case. And there's just the camera covers might be flush with this ring around the camera. But if they're not flush, there might just be a tiny bit of edge. Well, the case looks really nice. Let's check out our MagSafe. Wow, clips right onto the back, really strong. Charges your phone. And it's got a pretty good strong hold on the back, so you don't have to worry about your phone just falling off your MagSafe accessory. Very nice. So as far as the buttons goes, again, the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. Now let's check out our Face ID. Face ID seems to be working just fine. Let's test it out just one more time. Yeah, Face ID working perfectly fine, even though it's covered. Let's test out our camera. Camera looks nice and clear. Don't see any issues there. You can see the screen is nice and clear. Touch working perfectly fine. And the screen is pretty smooth as well. So now let me show you what I was talking about as far as the rainbow effect. If you're looking at your screen using polarized sunglasses, some screens have a rainbow effect. Let's see if this one does. And it does. As you can see, there is a slight rainbow effect. So when you're looking at your screen, depending on how you're looking, you might see like a little pastel rainbow. It's not really horrible on the screen. I've seen a lot worse. But if you're looking at it dead on, kind of like this, it's not really that bad. The screen is definitely still readable. And as far as fingerprints goes, it does seem to reject fingerprints fairly well. There's only a couple smudges on the screen. Let's see how they wipe away. And they wipe away really easily. All right, let's test out. Let's do the corner touch test. So for the camera, no problems with the camera. Swiping up from the bottom, no issues there. Accessing your phone. Now we'll try from the top. Top seems to be working just fine. The other side, no problems there. So it doesn't seem like there's any problems with touch. I can access, you know, kind of all the corners that I need to without any issue. Not too bad. The only thing that would make this case even better would be to have the stash stand in here too. That would be awesome. So now let's test out the rear cameras because we have those camera covers. And it seems to look pretty clear to me. I don't really see any issues with the cameras. It looks pretty clear. So the only issues I have with this case are the fact that it's smooth. It's not slick, but it's definitely smooth feeling. I wish there was some texture on the side to help with grip. And well, like I mentioned, it would be really good if there was like a stash stand on the back here, but that's just my opinion. But the case is going to protect your phone 360 degrees because we've got the built-in tempered glass, the camera covers on the back here, and your phone is covered on the sides and the back as well. Very nice case. Now, one last thing I do want to mention about the Tough Case is when you're installing these camera protectors, you need to make sure that you wait for all of the alcohol to totally be gone. You want everything dry because if there's any moisture left over, you're going to get these this cloudy portion in the lenses. So once you clean it off with the alcohol wipe, I would probably wait maybe 5 to 10 minutes for it to totally dry off because I didn't. I put them on immediately and it looks like there's kind of like there was like a cloud in these lenses. So again, just make sure you thoroughly dry it off before installing these lenses or you might get like a little bit of cloudiness like I did on mine. And then here we have a really customizable case by CaseBang. So here's the case itself. It does have a nice hard clear backing surrounded by a softer rubbery type material, and it's also got MagSafe built in. So let's put our phone inside the case. Fits the phone really nicely. Feels good in the hand. Now this case is not grippy, but it's got that smooth rubbery type feel on the sides. As far as the buttons goes, buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at the screen from the side, you can see how much of a raised edge we get around in front of our phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. We've got our volume buttons on the side, our action button. We've got our cutouts on the bottom. We have our lanyard hole at the top here, a power button cover here, and a cutout for our camera button. And on the back, again, it shows off the color of your phone through the clear portion of the case. It does pick up some fingerprints on the back here. You can see some up there, but you can very easily just wipe those away if you need to. And again, we do have a plate that we're going to be putting on the back of this case to customize it. So you can see we have a raised edge on the back as well, and that's where the case cover is going to go back on the back. So let me show you that right now. So here is one of those case covers. As you can see, this is a Chupa Chupa cover. Feels pretty nice. It does just feel plasticky, and it's got kind of like this mirror in the middle, and it's also got our raised edge for our cameras as well. You can see this is what the back looks like. And this just simply fits right onto the back of your case magnetically. Just kind of push it into place, and you're all set. So now your case is customized, and we have that camera, that raised camera cover on the back as well. Looks like it has a pretty good raised edge. Very nice. So that's just one of the covers that you can get. I also have two more. So we'll take this out, just kind of peel that up just like that, and we'll move on to the next plate. And here you can see we have a one-piece design. That looks pretty cool. Nice and shiny. And again, all you need to do is simply just put it right on top of the case here. It is held in place magnetically. And there you go. Now you have a totally new case. So instead of buying a whole new case and spending, $40, you can just buy a back plate and totally change your case up for a fraction of the price. And then here we have a Pokemon back cover. As you can see, this one is kind of see-through. It's got all the Pokemon characters on the side. Just clip this onto the back here. And there you go. Now you have another new case. Now this does have MagSafe built in, so let's test out that MagSafe. I've got a MagSafe power bank here, clipped onto the back. Charges your phone. And it also seems to have a pretty good strong hold on the back as well. Yeah, definitely a strong enough hold to hold whatever MagSafe accessory you're going to be using on the back of this case. And you can also use this with regular wireless charging as well. So now let's test out our camera button. So you can easily access the camera. Let's see how our touch gestures work. It seems to work just fine. It feels nice. The groove is perfectly fit for your finger. So you can easily access all of your options here. And there you go. So camera button working perfectly fine with this little cutout here. That is a pretty cool design. I haven't seen or reviewed any other case that actually has this type of customization. And then here we have a stylish case by ZAG. This one's got MagSafe built in, and it's also been military grade drop tested up to 13 feet. So here is the case. Looks kind of cool, and depending on how you look at it in the light, it could kind of change colors on you. It does have a firm hard backing with MagSafe built in, surrounded by a firm rubbery type material. So put our phone inside the case. Goes in the phone easily. The case does have some kind of texture on the bottom portions of the case to help with grip, but the majority of the case does not have any grip to it. It's got kind of like a smooth rubber type feel. As far as the buttons, they're a little hard to press. They do kind of click. But again, you have to put a little bit more force into pressing the buttons on this case, which I don't really care for. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that it does have a raised edge around the front of the screen. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone. You can kind of see how thick that back portion of the case is. And we can also see the texture on the bottom portion of the case here. We have our separated volume buttons and our action button. I don't know why they don't just put this texture all the way around the phone, because you grab up here too at some points. Why is it just down here at the bottom? I don't know, but I wish they would have put it all the way around the case. On the bottom, we have our cutouts. On the other side, we have that same texture on the bottom portions, cutout for our camera button and our power button. And on the back, again, it's got kind of like a smooth plastic type feel to it. And we also do have a sort of a raised edge around our camera lenses. Not a horrible case. I just kind of wish that the top portion wasn't so smooth. Maybe put that, again, the texture all the way around the phone. But if you happen to have a MagSafe power bank like I have here, we can clip it onto the back and it'll start to charge your phone. It does seem to have a pretty good hold on the back of the case as well, so you don't have to worry about your MagSafe accessory just falling off the case. It's got a pretty good hold. Yeah, not bad. So not a horrible case, but it's not one that I would probably recommend getting, just for the simple fact that these buttons on the side they're a little hard to press in, which I don't particularly care for. And then second, the grip on the sides, I don't like the smooth feel of the case. I wish they would have put it just kind of all the way around, but again, that is the Zag case. And then here we have a case by Casemate. This case has been drop tested up to 12 feet and it's got MagSafe built in. And then here is the case. As you can see, it's got kind of like this really interesting rainbow effect that's built right into the case itself. It's pretty interesting. It does have a very hard backing surrounded by a firmer rubber edge. So it feels pretty good in the hand. It does have some grip to it. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. They also do protrude off the side of the case as well, and they're kind of silvery. Pretty cool. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see there's a very slight raised edge around the front of the phone. So if you were to put a screen protector on your phone with this case, it would probably take away that slight edge that there is there, which is definitely not good. You do want a more of a raised edge. And you can see on the bottom here how thick that bottom plastic plate is. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone. We have our separated volume buttons on the side and our action button. We've got our cutouts on the bottom. We've got our power button and our camera cutout on the side. And on the back, again, it's got that pretty interesting, like kind of like a rainbow or a psychedelic effect rather, with the MagSafe kind of with a rainbow. Very interesting. And we do have a slight raised edge for our camera protection. It's actually raised up a little bit more than some of the other cases, it seems. So let's test out our MagSafe. Got our MagSafe power bank here. Clip it onto the back. Starts to charge your phone. And it's got a pretty good hold on the back. I don't think your MagSafe accessory is just gonna fall off your phone, which is definitely good. And if you don't have a MagSafe adapter, you can always use regular wireless charging with this case too. So let's test out our camera button cutout. So you can easily access the camera with the one finger on the side. We'll test out our gestures. It seems like you can easily access the button here. There's a little cutout kind of perfectly for your finger. Not too bad. So not really a bad case. I like the buttons on the side. The only gripe I have about this case is that raised edge. It's really shallow. So I would probably opt, if I was to use a case myself, it would definitely have more of a raised edge than this case would. So for me, I would stay away from this case just for that one reason. And then here we have a Lumen series case by OtterBox. So here is the case. Looks kind of cool. It's got kind of like a slight shade of rainbow effect for the green on the MagSafe portion of the case. Looks pretty cool. The rest of the case is clear. It's also got a hard backing surrounded by a rubbery type material on the sides. So the case does feel good in the hand, and it does have grip to it, which is pretty nice, so you don't have to worry about sliding out of your hands. As far as the buttons goes, buttons are really clicky, easily pressable. I like that. Let's take a look at it from the side. You can see there is a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. The buttons seem to be separated, but they are part of the case. There's our action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom, our power button on the top here, and a cutout for our camera button. Now this one is interesting. It's not like some of the other cases where the case has like this big dip that goes in for your finger. This is almost kind of flush with the button. This is the first case I've seen that actually has done this. So we're going to test out that camera button and see how well that works. On the back, again, you have your MagSafe that's kind of color changing the way depending on how you look at it. It's kind of cool. You can see the color of your phone. As far as fingerprints, it does pick up some slight fingerprints, but for the most part it seems to do a pretty good job at rejecting them. And we also have a slight raised edge for our camera protection. So let's check out our MagSafe. Got our MagSafe power bank. Clip it onto the back. Immediately starts to charge your phone. As far as the strength, it's got a decent hold. It's not the strongest that I've seen, but I definitely don't think that your MagSafe accessory is just going to fall off your phone. It's on there with a good amount of force. Again, it's not, it doesn't just fall off, but it's not the strongest. So now let's test out this camera button. I mean, you can see that. Look at how shallow the case is. It's almost flush with the button. So I'm interested to see how that actually works. All right, so let's try to press it with our finger. So you can easily access it with one finger. Now let's try the touch gestures. And it seems to be working pretty good. I don't see any problems. Nice. So it does seem to be working just fine. Interesting. Like I said, this is the first time I've actually seen a case do this where it's so shallow. I mean, that just means that there's not a lot of case between your phone and the outside of the case, but it does offer your phone some protection. So not too bad. Does seem like a pretty good case. So there's really not a lot to say negative about this case other than, maybe a bigger edge around the corners, maybe in just the corners, maybe not around the whole phone, but other than that, the buttons are really nice. It's grippy. Camera button seems to work perfectly fine. It's got MagSafe built in. Now the magnet could be a little stronger, but again, it does seem to be effective. So not a bad case. And then here we have the official Apple silicone case in blue. So here is the case. Looks really nice. It's got the Apple logo on the back here. Feels nice and soft. The whole phone is covered in this silicone type material. It does seem to be fairly firm. It flexes slightly, but it's not as flexible as some of the other just TPU types cases. This does have a firmer kind of plastic underneath the silicone on the edges as well, and it looks like we have a kind of a plastic raised edge around our camera as well. On the inside, we've got a suede type material, and we also have MagSafe built in. Goes in the phone very easily. Interesting. You saw that, right? I guess it was just kind of registering the MagSafe, because I've never seen it do that with any other non-official Apple case, which is pretty interesting. Feels good in the hand. It's not grippy. but it's not slippery either. It's kind of got like the smooth silicone type feel to it. The buttons on the side are also, they don't come off the case very much, so it may be a little bit more difficult to find, maybe say in your pocket, but they are clicky, easily pressable. Very nice. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see we do have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. It also doesn't add a lot of extra bulk to the phone either. We've got our buttons on the side here, which are separated, which I love. We've got our cutouts on the bottom here. We've got our power button on the side, and interesting enough, it looks like Apple put a button that's covering the actual button on the phone as well. It's pretty much flush with the case. So we'll see how well that works as well. On the back, again, it's totally silicone. You've got your Apple logo here. We do have a very slight raised edge to protect our cameras. You'd think they could have raised the edge a little bit more than that. So let's test out our MagSafe. Got our MagSafe power bank here. Clips onto the back. Charges the phone immediately. And as far as the hold, it's got a pretty good hold on the case. Definitely not going to just lose your phone or your MagSafe accessory. It seems to be on there pretty good, so that's definitely a plus. So now let's test out the camera button. So if we push it in double, easy to press, very easy to access with the one finger. Now let's try out our touch. Seems to be working pretty good. Yeah, interesting. This is like the third case that I've seen that actually has a cover for the actual camera button. And it seems to be working fairly well. Not too bad. So it's an Apple official case. I mean, it feels good. The only thing that I've experienced over time with putting this in and out of your pocket, the silicone will tend to wear away, and then you're going to see the plastic underneath. But that happens later on down the road. I don't know if you care about that. It's just something to keep in mind. And then also the silicone might kind of catch on your pants or something like that when you're trying to put it into your pocket. So that's just something else to keep in mind. So I've used the silicone case on my phone many years ago, and that's what I ran into, and I haven't really used any since because of those issues. So, but other than that, this seems like a really nice silicone case, and I do like the camera button cover on the side. And then here we have the Athlex case by Caseology. And here is the case itself. As you can see, it does have kind of like a rough plastic texture on the back. It kind of reminds me of a sleeping bag. That's the way the back of this case actually looks. It is also very flexible. And on the inside, we have kind of like this, I don't know if that's just a sticker or if it actually is like a little foam piece. It's very shallow if it is a foam piece. But it also has MagSafe built in. So there it is on the phone. It's got a good grip to it. It's got kind of like this rough texture on the side to help with grip, which I absolutely love. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily accessible, very nice. Take a look at it from the side. You can see that it does have a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. On the side here, it's got kind of like this groove that goes all the way around the case. Kind of reminds me of those old, I don't know if they were Michelin tires, but they're good for aqua tread tires. That's what they were. That's what this looks like a tire that has that groove in the middle. But it's got a rough texture kind of all the way up the side of the case, which is great. They should do that with every case because it adds on to the grip for the phone. We've got our buttons on the side here, our action button. We have our cutouts on the bottom. We have our power button on the side. And we also have a cutout for our camera button. On the back, again, it's got kind of like that sleeping bag kind of look with a rough texture. and we have an ever so slight raised edge for our camera protection. Now it does have MagSafe built in, so let's test out our MagSafe. Clips onto the back, charges your phone immediately, and as far as the hold, it has an okay amount of hold for the magnet. Again, I don't think that your phone is just gonna, you know, fall off, or the MagSafe accessory is just gonna fall off the phone. But it has enough hold to hold the MagSafe accessory in place. So then let's test out our camera button here. You can double press very easily with one finger. Let's test out the touch. Yeah, touch is working nice. The cutout is perfect. It allows you to touch the whole button very easily. Not sure why that's not working. It's kind of weird. Let's try that. And it's not working either. I'm not sure why that's. Let me maybe change it to photo. That's probably what it was. Let's try this again. Seems to be working fine with the zoom. Let's change. Yeah, that's what it was. It was because it was on, what was it, slow-mo or something? It didn't have the options for it. Yeah, working perfectly fine. Allows you to touch the whole button. Wow. 25 times. Yeah, it's working really well, as you can see. Yeah, so no issues with the camera button whatsoever. Definitely not a bad case. And if you don't have MagSafe, you can always use a regular wireless charger with this case. I do like the way that it feels on the side. The rough texture gives it just the right amount of grip. I just kind of wish that maybe there was a little bit more of a raised edge to protect your cameras a little bit more. But other than that, it does not seem like a bad case. And then here we have a phone case by Just Cool. And here is the case, and it actually does look really cool. So the back portion has a frosted look to it. It also feels nice and smooth, so it's going to keep down those fingerprints. We've got MagSafe built in, and it's also got a metal ring around our cameras that also doubles as a kickstand. I absolutely love this. They should put this on every single phone, and it seems like it's held in place with a little magnet. Very nice. We've got some rubber textures on the side, and it's also kind of like a firmer rubbery type material. Let's put our phone inside the case. Feels good in the hand. It does have grip to it because it's got like this tread on the side. That is so cool. I've never seen that on any other case before. Looks pretty cool as well. As far as the buttons are nice and clicky, easily pressable. If we take a look at it from the side, you can see that there's a slight raised edge around the front of the phone. It also keeps the phone nice and slim. On the side, again, we've got this rubber kind of tread texture. We also have some reinforcements in the corners to help with drops. We've got our separated volume and action button on the side. On the bottom, we've got our cutouts. On the side, we've got our power button and a cutout for our camera button. And I can already feel a problem. It seems like they didn't make this groove deep enough. So you're going to have to kind of like press, like really press your finger in here to get to that action button. But I will test it out in just a minute. On the back here, again, it's got kind of like that smoke frosted look. So you can still see the color of your phone. And it keeps down those fingerprints. And you can see the nice raised edge we have around our camera lenses. And it's also, again, it's metal. Very cool. So let's test out this kickstand, so you can use it in a landscape. You have a little bit of adjustment. I mean, you can kind of angle it towards your face, but if you go past that, it starts to get a little heavy for the phone, so it's probably going to fall down. And you can also have your phone upside down in a portrait, or you can also kind of lay it down in a portrait mode as well. And then it just clips back into place with that magnet. Really cool. I like it. I'd like to see this on more phones. But let's test out our MagSafe. Got a MagSafe power bank here. Clips onto the back, starts to charge your phone immediately, and it's got a nice strong hold. It's definitely got a stronger hold than a lot of the other cases that I've ever seen. I mean, this thing is not going to just fall off. You really have to want this to come off the case for it to work. So that's definitely a plus. Now back to this camera, the camera button. I hate to see a phone come so close to greatness and then just kind of fail after one little thing like this. But let's try to press that camera button. So if you have your finger like this, you cannot just press that camera button. You have to get your finger inside that groove, and then you can access the camera button. So that's definitely a downer. And then let's see if we can use the touch gestures on the side. So again, you're seeing I'm pressing down on the phone and nothing's happening. You like really have to press your finger in there for it to actually work. But once it gets accessed, it seems like the little bit, I mean, look at my finger, the little bit of groove that you can actually see, that the groove on my finger that gets smushed inside. Once it touches the button, it seems like it works okay. It's just, you really have to press your finger in here to get that button to actually do something. But it does seem to be working okay. It's definitely not the best because these rails are just, they're so close together and there's not a lot of room for your finger. They should have made this a little bit more cut out than it actually did. But it does seem to work somewhat. Again, it's just you're going to have to put a little more effort into it versus some of the other cases, or not even having a case. So other than that, this case is really nice. It's got some really good protection. Buttons are nice and clicky. MagSafe is nice and strong. It's got the metal kickstand on the back that also comes up a nice bit to protect your cameras. It's got a slight raised edge. It could be a little bit more, but that's really not that bad. The only really downside to this camera, or the case, is the cutout for the camera button. If you don't care about that, this is a really nice case. If you guys have stayed with me this far, thank you so much for all your support. And if you're enjoying the video and you found it helpful, it would really help out the channel if you gave me a thumbs up and consider subscribing. And now that I've had a chance to go through all these cases, I'm going to let you know which ones I thought were the best based on a few different categories. But before I can do that, I need to let you know which case I thought was the worst. And unfortunately, that honor goes to the SPIGEN Classic C1 case. Now, I really wanted to love this case. At first glance, it looked really cool. It's kind of reminiscent of the older Macs that Apple used to make. But this is a two-piece design case, and the inner core of this case is super cheap and very plasticky. The buttons are also very mushy, and it just doesn't feel right. On top of that, the bottom portion of this case is clear, and it comes off the case very easily, which may lead to problems down the road. And on top of that, it also feels pretty slick in the hand. Now for the best kickstand case, that goes to ESR's hybrid case with stash stand and the Just Cool case. Now the reason why I love the kickstand on ESR's case is because it doesn't take up any more room than any other case. It actually incorporates the kickstand into the metal ring that protects your cameras, unlike some of the other cases that have the kickstand somewhere else on the case that kind of has to fold into the case itself, and it makes that case a little bit thicker. The kickstand on the ESR is also very solid and firm, and the case feels good in the hand and looks great on the phone. Now the Just Cool case also has a metal kickstand ring, kind of like the ESR, but it doesn't feel as firm and it feels a little less quality as well. The case itself is also really nice. It does seem to have a lot of protection, especially for the sides. It also feels great in the hand, looks good on the phone. The only downside to this case is that the camera cutout on the case seems to be a little deeper than normal, and you have to press your finger a lot more into that hole than you would any other case to get the touch gestures to actually work on the phone. Next up is the best leather case, and that goes to MUJJO. MUJJO makes a lot of really nice leather products, and this case is no exception. It's very well made, it seems very quality. The buttons on the side of the case are made of metal, the leather is real, and it fits in the phone really good. And the case also keeps your phone nice and slim as well. The only thing with this leather case is it may be just a little bit too slick for some people, but the only way you're going to know that is to actually try the case out for yourself. Now for the best case that has a balance between slimness and protection, that goes to the CAUDABE Sheath, the SPIGEN Rugged Armor case, and the RINGKE Fusion X. My first pick is the CAUDABE Sheath case because this case is absolutely one of the best that I've seen for this category. It's got a really nice texture all the way around the case, which really helps with grip and scratches. It keeps the phone nice and slim, and it also feels very quality in the hand, especially with those metal buttons. Next up is the SPIGEN Rugged Armor case. Again, I've used this case on a couple of my phones in prior years and I absolutely loved it, and I love the fact that they also incorporated MagSafe as well. It feels great in the hand, it's got a really good grip to it. It keeps the phone nice and slim, again, while adding some good protection to your phone. And it also doesn't cost a fortune. And then lastly, we have the RINGKE Fusion X case. This is another case that I've used in past years on a couple of my phones, and it definitely protected my phone after getting out of the car and forgetting that my phone was in my lap. It keeps the phone nice and slim, and it also has some pretty aggressive edges on it, which also adds to its grip. And it's also very reasonably priced. Then for the best customizable case, I would recommend going with FlowLab's Surtec case. Not only does this case come in a few different variations, but it also comes with a ton of customizable colors for your buttons and your camera ring. The case also feels great in the hand, it comes with MagSafe, and they got pretty much something for everybody. Not only does the case look and feel great on the phone, but it's also going to give your phone some nice protection, as well as allow you to customize your buttons and camera ring to pretty much any color that you want. Now, if you're looking for the best minimalist case, I would definitely recommend going with the Pitaka or BENKS. Now, both the Pitaka and the BENKS Armor Air case, which is in the middle here, are about the same as far as build quality goes. They're both excellent, but the Pitaka has a metal camera ring. Everything else about this case is nice and premium, feels great in the hand, it's very light, and it's also nice and strong, and it comes in some really cool patterns. Next up, we have the BENKS Armor Air case. This is, again, a close second to the Pitaka. As far as build quality goes, it's about the same as the Pitaka. The only difference is the camera ring is made of plastic, but it does feel great in the hand, looks good on the phone, keeps the phone nice and slim, and it's also very strong. And it also comes in its own very unique patterns as well. Now, if you do love the aramid fiber and Kevlar cases, but you want a little bit more protection, you can definitely go with the BENKS Armor Pro case. This case has also got Kevlar on the back, feels really nice in the hand, but it's got more of a rubber edge on the sides and a little bit more lip around the front screen. Now, for the best slim drop protective case, I would go with the SUPCASE Mag XT or the I BLASON Armorbox. Both of these cases are going to keep your phone nice and slim while offering some really good drop protection. They also feel great in the hand and look amazing as well. They both also have a metal camera cover on the back that also acts as a kickstand, and they both have MagSafe built in. Now, the one thing that might make you want to get the Armorbox over the Mag XT is because the Armorbox has a built-in plastic screen protector. For me, I don't really care about that. I would always recommend a tempered glass screen protector. So for my favorite pick, it's definitely going to be the SUPCASE Mag XT case. But in my opinion, you really can't go wrong with either one of these cases. And then for the best overall drop protective case, that goes to the SUPCASE UB Mag Pro. Now, this case is a little bit thicker than some of the other cases, but it's also going to offer you 360-degree multi-layer drop protection. Not only does it totally cover your phone on the sides and the back, but it also has a built-in plastic screen protector. This case also has a MagSafe ring built in that also pops out to act as your kickstand, and it also comes with a belt clip. In this video, now if there was a case that you didn't see in this video that you'd like to recommend for future videos, let me know in the comments below. And if you're wondering why you don't see certain cases in my video year after year, that's because certain case manufacturers take months to actually get their cases out. I like to get these videos out as soon as possible so you guys can make a good decision on which case is best for you to protect your phone. But when I do get those cases later on, I'll typically make its own video for that. And I'd also really like to know what your favorite case was of all the cases we've looked at in this video and why you chose it. Thank you again to everyone for all your support. I would not be able to keep making these videos if it wasn't for you. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a great day, and I'll see you in the next one.